gracious. Are we good? That's good. Alright, and bring this up. There we go. We have audio. Although I haven't checked to see if I could be heard. Can I be heard? Is the stream going? Where's my thing? Welcome, J6. Welcome to the stream. If you can hear me, my stream manager's not showing anything. Yeah, I forgot to update FGO. That's my bad. I totally forgot to update FGO earlier today. So I had to update things real quick. But welcome, J6. Welcome to the stream. How be things? How be things? Nope. I want to do Amazonas. The Amazonas event, considering the fact that... So I've determined that I'm probably going to have to spend all of next week... Yeah, it was going to... So, yesterday was going to be a Pokemon stream, but one of my coworkers was out because they had COVID. So, yesterday was a big cluster at work, and I was pretty beat, and I really didn't feel up for streaming yesterday. They were still out today, but I was expecting it, so I was a little bit better prepared, mentally braced myself, even if it was a bit more busy. But regardless, the Amazonas event did drop today, and given the fact that Pokemon Legends Arceus is going to drop next Friday, and the Amazonas event really shouldn't be too long of an event, I decided I'm going to try and knock Amazonas out, and then just roll straight through Pokemon Brilliant Diamond until the Nuzlocke either falls due to me wiping, or until I beat the Elite Four, you know? But that'll hopefully all start Friday with that. My audio is coming through, right? Sorry, I didn't do my normal checks that I do. Because I also had to get some laundry started real quick. But, yeah, we're doing the Amazonas event today, though. First things first, I do have to complete something. Something that was not in the Enmatai last year. Because, they threw me a curveball and added another challenge quest. So we're gonna 3-turn this real quick. Yeah, we're gonna 3-turn this challenge quest real quickly here, you know? Oh yeah. This. I'm gonna just really quickly knock it out of the park. It occurs to me I didn't need K-Scope for this. I could have gone for the Golden Sumo, but this'll be fine. It'll be fine regardless. So I need to swap out the support Scotty. For Summer BB. And lock it down. Nice. Yeah. Again, I was fairly behind with the Amazonas event. Or not Amazonas, but with the Enmatai event. To be honest, so it's took me a while. I barely finished it. I barely finished this. So yeah, we're gonna just blast our way through. No. I did not know. I think I'll be fine, though. I'm relatively confident I'll be fine. Ooh, come on. Attack. Melt. This is honestly the first try. Like, completely and totally honest. Oh, she fully charged. Well, isn't that something? Hey, Draconic. Welcome to the stream. Happy things, happy things. Wow, my phone handled that a lot better than I was told it would. Oh yeah, I didn't know that this would have the, I I didn't know that this event had a secondary challenge quest, so this very much caught me off guard. But, you know, I think this will be a fine 3-turn. This was literally the this was literally the card setup that I had when I tried setting this up for today as well. You know what? I'm gonna stun her. Get that stun off real quick. Melt should have enough oomph to punch through this bar as well. But yeah, I mean, I don't see this being any troubles. I've got a very strong melt, so 3-turning should be fine. Oh, right, so you have fully moved at this point. Nice. And you used Ellie-chan Mark II for this one, J6. Ellie-chan is a good choice, you know. Nothing wrong with Ellie-chan. Get even more fired up. Why can't I do an elaborate setup like you instead of a 3-turn spam? Well, you know, I have to do a 3-turn spam because I can do it with the only of the waifus that can. You know, XA could have probably done it. XA, no, Foreigner. XA could not have done this. So yeah, I think Melt and XA are literally my 2 go-to challenge quest destroyers. Oh, almost 1,000,000 damage. Oh, that felt good. That felt really, really nice. But yeah, that was an easy 3-turn. Quite literally, the first time I jumped into this, I was expecting I was going to have to restart, like, so many times to get a decent enough card setup, but, you know, it works out. But yeah, we're going to be doing the Amazonas event today because I have a limited time span before Legends Arceus comes out, and I still have a Nuzlocke that I need to finish. So, yeah. And the news. Oh, it's Amazonas.com, not Amazonas Inc. Oh, I need to change the stream title real quick. I thought it was Amazonas Inc. There we go. That's better. Now the event is properly titled. But, I don't think there is much really news. iOS support is going to change here soon. Oh, there is news. There is a big bit of news. Solomon is out. Or at the very least, the release campaign is out. So it's going to be coming to Funimation and Crunchyroll. I really, really kind of want to know if I can just stream it and stream my reaction to a sub version of it. I really am tempted to do that. Like, I am supremely tempted to go to Crunchyroll when it drops and stream my reaction as I watch it. I'm so freaking tempted to do that. Neat solo rate up. Oh, I didn't realize she was getting a solo rate up here. Oh, well, now that I click on the summoning campaign, I really shouldn't be surprised. But, so Cleo and Osaka Behime on a rotating banner. Yeah, rotating banner. Okay, that's not bad. Both are pretty decent assassins, although I will say I'm pretty sure Shuten does Cleopatra's job, but better. In my humble opinion, I think Cleopatra is not as good as Shuten, although Cleopatra is apparently drawn by the Danganronpa artist, so, you know, she gets some props from that. And then Penthesilea has a Spiriton dress reward available, which is literally a tie and glasses, you know. I still think that it would have been so much better if she went just full-on business pantsuit, you know. A full-on business pantsuit for Penthesilea would look so much better. Like, she would look slick as heck. And she could still use her weird flail things as her attack thing. That would just look so cool, you know? And her Noble Phantasm apparently looks different. I don't really see how. 263 servants. Good gracious. I know you have me blown out of the water. And then event save Amazonas.com CEO Crisis 2022. All servants roll out. Amazonas.com, the largest shopping service in the universe, has seen all of its employees mysteriously vanish overnight. How could this happen to the company with its very best benefits package? Amazonas.com CEO now faces the prospect of imminent bankruptcy. The Save Amazonas.com Caldea has formed a temp agency to aid the company's delivery service. The renewed Pagoda event is now open. Okay, so it's called a Pagoda event then. Is that the official term for this? Is it a Pagoda event, I guess? Cleo, Shooten, and Stheto make a good divine team. I have one of those, and I'm perfectly fine with just Shooten. Even if she does slightly scare me. Get ready to get Amazonas.com back on its feet. The event will include delivery quests that will require all your servants and main quests where you can enjoy the event story. The key delivery quest is sheer servant numbers. Strengthen as many of your servants as possible to prepare for the event. In-game graphics may vary from the images used within this game. This will last until the end of the month, though I will not have until the end of the month to do it. Need to clear contaminated city Fuyuki to do it. And there is a challenge quest featuring enemies with a level on par of clearing the final singularity. Yes, I know, I know, I need to clean up down here, honestly. I've gotten good work doing it, but I plan on eventually lighting up the back half of this room. I plan on lighting up the back half of the room over there, and, installing a sit-up bench to, so I can do sit-ups, and eventually also a VR space as well. But, I do plan on adding more channel point stuff. I'm just incredibly stressed right now, man. Incredibly stressed. I applied to specialty program for college, trying to get into radiology. One of my coworkers is out because they have COVID. It's just been a very, very stressful new year, essentially. But I'm hoping it'll de-stress soon, so fingers crossed I can start getting more stuff done, get those extra emotes and all that stuff. But welcome, by the way, Wabafet. Welcome to the stream. Happy things. Delivery quests will appear as you clear the main quest. Progress in delivery quests to unlock the next main quest. The story will advance at every 10 delivery quests cleared. Progress to deepen your servant spawn, plus claim valuable rewards. Clear delivery quests and fail all customer orders. About exhausted servants. When you clear delivery quests, the servants in your party will become exhausted, making them unable to participate in the event quests. Switch in new non-exhausted servants and move on to the next delivery quest. Only applied when you win the battle. If you defeat or choose to withdraw, they will not become exhausted. If you hold multiple copies, the copies who were not included will also become able to participate. The exhaustion will only take place within the event. Will recover with time. Please note that recovery through the use of items or command spells will not be possible. As you progress in the main event, relaxation facilities will be unlocked. You can speed up servants' recovery from exhaustion by sending them to one of the relaxation facilities. Send your exhausted until to return to battle faster. Will removed until full recovery reaches 0. You can switch to the servant and give them relaxation at any time, but the expedited recovery effect for a given servant will end when you remove them from the facilities. Servants cannot be moved to the second archive while they are relaxing. Time for full recovery may not be displayed correctly if your device's date and time are not set to automatic. When recovery alert is set on, push alert will be sent in. New areas relaxation will unlock as you progress in the main quest. Each servant is most compatible with a certain area. The recovery time will be sped up when they are using their compatible facility. Keep compatibility in mind to help your servant effectively recover from the exhausted state. Okay. Smart Sort. With the limited event, a recovery time option will be added to the sort options and select our menu. If Smart Sort is set on, the exhausted servants will be reflected in the order servants are displayed. Okay. Support list party setup. So you will not have a party. You will not have support in this. And there will be a challenge quest at the end. And a limited time CE. A limited time CE that I really do like this CE. Anna and Gorgon. Two very good characters from the Babylonian anime. Therapeutic Spa. Increased NP gain by 10% and 2% NP gain each turn. And 3 crit stars for yourself. And increased bond when completing in Save Amazonas by 100%. No effect when equipped as a support event only. Increased bond gain when completing quests and by 20% for all allies when MASH is equipped with the craft essence. So MASH getting it gives a 20% and each individual servant gets 100% bond progression That is so good. Why can I not just have Melt in every single one? Because she needs the frickin' bonding. And then there's the various rewards for delivery. Looks like a bunch of blazes. Ooh, we get a lantern. Very nice. Some 4-star foes. 2 lanterns! 3 lanterns! 3 lanterns of Chaldea? I did not expect that. That's gonna be very, very nice. And then the Penth Spiriton dress key. Noble. Okay, and that's pretty much it. I did not expect 3 freaking lanterns of Chaldea to be available. That's gonna be so freaking good. Really quickly claim the various things since the last FGO stream. Apollo Quartz, login, save Amazonas, login, and Final Singularity, Grand Temple of Time, Solomon, CE. I seriously do need to see if I can't just, I mean, they're doing it all the time with, like, Master Chef and stuff, right? And there's things called watch parties, isn't there? I should be able to do it, right? Right? I actually need to look it up, because I really kind of want to do it. So, Master Experience by 50 when the quest is cleared. After battling their way through all 7 singularities, the Chaldea Security Organization has arrived at the endpoint of the Grand Order, the final singularity, Grand Temple of Time, Solomon. Now is the time to defeat the root of all evil, Solomon, the King of Mages. Now is the time to reclaim the future. And with the final operation looming large, everyone prepares in their own special way. All of their many encounters have led to this moment as Fujimaru and Mash at last embark on their final operation. And there is the CE. It looks epic. Really, really looks awesome. Oh, I can't wait to watch it! But, really quickly here, claim the golden foes from here as well. And really quickly, just showcase the Enmatai event. I did not get all of the tribute point rewards because I got a late start, and I did not get all of the pieces because, you know, they're pieces. I don't really need them. We get QP, though. I'll take QP. QP is nice. Sell all the wood. And that's that. Alright. And I actually need to check who is the next on the level up order. Who is the next contestant here? Bedivere. I could possibly level him up here. I need to go to the planner. Servant planner, show me Bedivere here real quick. Just to see if I can level him up. Because I know I have the foes. And I'm pretty sure I have the embers. It's more of a point, do I have the other mats? And that's all the fragments I can claim. There's something about friend point 7s, but it's eh. Alright, so I'm really quickly here, just seeing if I can't level Bedivere up. Bedivere, wherefore art thou? Bedivere! Alright. And to a 666. I think it's the dust that might be the issue here. No! It's gonna cut me very close with the dust, but I do have the mats to level up Bedivere, so... You know what? Nothing to it but to do it. Let us, really quickly here, actually, first off, let's really quickly here throw some foes towards Jolter. Golden foes. Golden foes. Alright. There we go. And do that again. Okay. So first, let's claim these foes. And just check. Oh, I missed some golden foes. I'll get those at a later point, I'm sure. Okay. And so refilter the foes. Can I take out all those? I can indeed. Alright. So Bedivere is the next contestant on the Rank Them the Heck Up train. Because, you know, it's probably a good idea to have as many high-level servants as possible before this event really begins. It's probably not a terrible idea. Alright. And we will, of course, do other stuff with him as well. No, not that. Show me the 3 stars. There we go. Use all the 3s first. And then we'll worry about others. Hey, we got a super great suck there. Nice. Ascension for Bedivere. His arm is now properly silver. He is now Augitlam. My arm, my strength, these are the essence of the savage soul of the war god Nuadha. Oh, Bedivere, you don't need to lie. I know that they are Excalibur. Success. Come on, give me a super great. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm about out of the silvers at this point. And rank him up again. No costume change. The power of Nuadha shall become mine. Bedivere, stop lying, man. Bro, dude, stop with the lies, Betty. You don't need to lie as to what you really are. Remember who you are, Simba. I don't want to... So, not the 5s. There we go. I'm going to have to clearly get claiming for my present bucks now. I forgot that I had 5-star embers in storage. Or in my active thing. Those are reserved. I guess claim these here. Keep the 100s in reserve for now. Claim all the roulettes. There we go. How many do we have from the roulettes? 2, 350, 450, 500. We have 600 golden blazes in reserve. Hot diggity dog. That's a good number. Very good number. Alright. But this should be finishing off Betty here. Silver armor's gotten stronger indeed. After Bedivere is Jekyll. Probably not gonna go with him, but, you know, won't hurt to check what he's gonna end up requiring, I suppose. Excuse me. This much power. I wonder if it is something I can handle. Oh, we also unlocked an interlude for him, even at the cost of my life, and the skill Oath of Protection B. Cool. Although I don't have the foes to really go with anybody else, so yeah. So I'm curious as to what he's going to end up taking. Jekyll and Hyde. 666. Yep, I won't be able to do Jekyll anyways, because he's going to require more dust. And Betty's sort of taking all my dust, so... Sorry, Jekyll. You're going to end up waiting a little bit, probably. But we're very close to you. Alright. And final ascension for Betty. The power of Nuada has come. Let me show you the tyranny that equals authority as well. Bedivere, why are you still lying even though you're fully ascended? We know that your arm is Excalibur reforged, dude. Alright. And Bedivere is cleared from the level up order. Alright. So next, it is finally going to be time to get into the actual event after we skill him up. I'm out of 4-star embers. Oh. I guess I didn't quite have enough. Second archive? I kind of doubt it. Yeah, I don't... Well. There we go. That fixes that. I have much less embers than I thought I did. Much less embers than I thought I did. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. This was somewhat expected. You know. Somewhat. There we go. So Betty is good there. So now we just skill him up. Check real quick to make sure I don't have anybody else that's sitting at any odd numbers, because I feel like I might. Anybody? Yes, I did. Ha! I remembered you. We're not quite there, Mori. So now Mori's properly at 666. So let's get... Not Kyo. Let's get Betty up to 666 as well, and then we can finally start Amazonas. Stall tactics. I don't know why I'm stalling, considering I plan on trying to get as much of the event done today as I can, though granted I have no idea how much I'm actually going to get done. It kind of depends on the cooldown, I suppose. And servant use. Like, how long is the exhausted state going to last for? I have no clue. If it lasts for too long, that's going to be annoying. We're going to have to find out one way or another. Yeah, I'm going to be short by probably around... good 40 or so from getting Jekyll and Hyde up there. We'll work on it. We shall work on it. And once more. There we go. Bedivere is now properly up to snuff. So with that, it's time to finally begin Amazonas! The prologue awaits. Yes, I'm sure even though it has no battles, I will still partake. Event Quest Prologue. Alright, let's get this interrogation started, shall we? You're gonna end up spilling the beans anyway, so I suggest you do so sooner rather than later if you know what's good for you. You got all wrong. I'm totally innocent. I really didn't do anything. Oh, does this mean I can say the thing that they said was all the rage a while ago? Yay! Hang on, just give me a second. Are you sure about that? Stare. Why stand at me like that, Marchan? You look like Lord Medjed and it's freaking me out. But if she really didn't do anything, then how did this happen? True, this might be an incredibly minute case of as far as things go, but that doesn't mean we can overlook the threat it poses. It could be some old skeleton in our figure of closet that needs to be aired out. Let's go over the data again. Flashing back to this. I never thought I'd see the site again. This is yet Pier Magic Castle! No, seriously, why is it still there? I thought it had already disappeared. That's what I thought too, but for whatever reason, it's back now. Still, like I said, it really is an incredibly minute singularity. And it's probably some kind of aftershock from the jet singularity, but that doesn't explain why it's showing up now. At first, I thought someone might have brought it back intentionally. I keep telling you, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything. The thing is, we already interrogated Elizabeth and Cleopatra, and they both came out clean. So if you don't have any idea what's going on here either, well, I'm not sure what to try next.
If there is no culprit to be found, perhaps you could try framing one.
And by culprit, you mean me, right? I mean, who else could it be?
Ha ha ha.
He's just, passing by. Nice. Nice, Yagi. Yagi's a pretty cool dude. I kind of wish I had him. Kind of. Yeah, because I know he was only joking, but that still scared the Jigoku out of me. Yep, you just need to go there and investigate directly. If you don't mind, that'd be great. But I'm afraid the Ortonex is still in maintenance, so I'm going to have Mash stay here and help me out instead. I'm sorry I can't go with you this time, Senpai. Okay, I see how it is. Well, I'd rather just hunker down in my room. I suppose I can go with you. Besides, the idea of my old castle popping up out of nowhere like this is a little, don't make that really creepy. Seriously, what's going on here? If somebody's behind this, who could it be? I didn't think anybody beside us knew that castle existed. If you're willing to go along with Senpai Osaka-hime, that would be a big relief. Thank you. Oh, come to think of it, what about Director Gordoff and Sion? Should we let them know about this? In this case, I think we can just go ahead with it and ask them to sign off on it later. They're both on break right now, and something tells me that involving them with this incident could finally push them off the edge. I totally get that. I could see it pushing Gordy off the edge, but not Sion. She seems to be relatively composed. So since we know for sure the singularity is not that dangerous, I'll take responsibility for the race shift. Alright guys, keep your wits about you and I'll see you when you get back. Good luck. Whee! Familiar sights. It's so nice to see it again. It almost feels like coming on that right random thing. You think? Well, I guess I really do remember it pretty well. Besides, put on everything else that happened then aside, this is still where you and I first met. Looks like the race shift went off without a hitch. Are you seeing anything unusual nearby, Osaka-hime? I don't think so. Wait, Machan, over there. There's someone here. Oh, it's you, Hugh. Penthesilea, no. Fo-fo! Of course I remember you. I never forget a customer's face. Long time no see. If you do not remember me, let me remind you. I own the epoch-making space retailer that ships anything to anywhere in the Servantverse with a single click and the blink of an eye. I am the Amazonist.com CEO. Servantverse. Right. Servantverse. I almost forgot about that aspect of things. So main quests, I can quite literally bring along anybody for the ride. So I'm just gonna go with my farming party because why not? It'll probably go quicker than trying to figure out a proper party. The CEO of Amazonas, what are you doing here? Oh, it's you. Thank you for using Amazonist.com. I wouldn't say that's that consistent. I know I bought a lot of stuff when I was living here, but your site doesn't load consistently for me in Chaldea. It doesn't. I haven't seen any reports about connectivity issues. The website team must be slacking off. I'll have to see that they're severely disciplined. I knew her from the database, but it's still very different seeing her in person. She's just like my Big Me's notes. That said, she's another one of those mysterious heroine types you're not supposed to think too hard about, and it looks like they were right on the money. I remember you very well, Mrs. CEO. So may I ask what brings you here? Yeah, did somebody else order something from you guys? I'm afraid the answer to that inquiry is somewhat complicated. Normally I would invite you to my prize conference room where I could give you a proper presentation, complete with counterpoint slides. But under the current circumstances, I'm afraid the best I can do is provide a verbal rundown. It's okay. Her demeanor looks so much more like... I don't know, it looks like such a different person when she's in that demeanor. It's so weird. You see, I'm grappling with something of an issue at the moment. You could even say this is something of a company-wide crisis. What seems to be the problem? I realized one of my prized Amazonist employees is gone. Yeah, that's a bit of an undersell for sure. Huh? Guess another .com bites the dust. I'm sorry, when you say gone, what exactly do you mean? Exactly what I said, they're gone. I have no idea where they went, and I have no luck contacting them. Yeah, overwork. It's not that. I'm certain they're neither striking nor defecting to another company. I've always been gracious enough to let them rest until they wake up whenever they collapse from exhaustion. What more could they possibly want out of a perfect employee welfare program? They get to rest until they collapse out of exhaustion, huh? Oh, I feel like she would get along great with Edison. Yeah, except for the toxic workplaces before, but yours takes the cake. Oh, please don't misunderstand. Both myself and my employees receive gratitude from satisfied customers in the form of magical energy particles, which we then convert into resources we need to operate as servants. Rest assured, my employees are well compensated and their working conditions up to code. Oh, really? Incidentally, we've received a great deal of gratitude from energy from servants on this rustic planet as well. Thank you for your continued patronage. I swear I never know how seriously to take anything having to do with the servant verse. This may have been the work of some nefarious corporate headhunter. I certainly have no end of rival companies bereft of good PR who view Amazon.com explosive growth with envy. It always feels like no sooner than my CEO Morningstar dried than I have to go and get it wet again. That's a little, yeah, I gotta try and think too hard about what that means, indeed. She's doing a little bit of headhunting of her own. It means I go around beating all my rival companies to death. Yeah, I kinda guess that. So you figure your employees were being held captive somewhere then? Right, every Amazon who works for me is a fearsome warrior capable of withstanding the most arduous delivery loads. I cannot imagine they would be easily beaten in battle, but I also cannot think of any other explanation for this strange incident. So I've been looking for them even as I continue to make my own deliveries, but to no avail. But then I was struck with a brilliant, innovative insight. Since this incident is so strange, I would never find my employee by looking for them anywhere normal. By definition, strange incidents occur in strange places. And as far as I know, this building right here is the strangest place in the entire galaxy. Really? Really? This building here is the most strange place in the galaxy. That's saying a lot, isn't it? So you used an old order slip to track down the location and came here in search of my employees. It wasn't me. Really, I didn't even know this place was here until a little while ago. Though I guess it's possible somebody else could have used my old castle to keep your employees prisoner. I already searched the interior, but unfortunately my employees were nowhere to be found here, either. I'm not picking up anything on our instruments either. This Pier MSG Castle is definitely deserted now. To be honest, I'm at a loss as to what to do next. I haven't been such a tight spot since that hostile takeover bid I received from a rival fishing goods company back when I first founded Amazonas. I managed to get out of that dilemma with a CEO Morningstar that was twice as heavy as my normal one. Oh, that's an excellent question, Osaka Mehime. Hey, I wish your CEO and her title doesn't stand for Chief Execution Officer. But I cannot use the same solution to find my employees, and there are only so many deliveries I can make on my own. At this point, our delivery pipeline is severely bottlenecked, and Amazonas.com may never recover from its hitherto reputation. The only way to salvage this is to find my employees ASAP and to employ others in their stead. Yes. I've got it. I've sworn never to resort to outsourcing, but the only constant in this world is change. And being able to flexibly adapt to the needs of the times is the mark of a first-rate CEO. Which brings me to my next question. Would any of you be interested in becoming official Amazonas.com deliveries person subcontractors? As I recall, you have a giant robot on head, yes, correct? The one whose ownership remains unclear. It doesn't have to be the giant robot, of course. Any delivery person capable of flying an atmospheric entry would be a precious servant resource. Flying an atmospheric entry. Well, I don't think there are many servants that qualify for that, unfortunately. I don't have Voyager, and Neil Armstrong is kind of locked up behind his family not wanting him to be his image to be used in those ways. Huh? Well, sure, I guess we have more than our share of people with pretty high mobility. Though I just want to repair the singularity hey fast so I can get back to my room as soon as... Yeah, about that, could I talk to you guys in private for a bit? Sure thing, Da Vinci. What's up? Based on everything she told us, I have a feeling she might actually be the core of this minute singularity. It's entirely possible that she didn't come here to the singularity to look for her employees, but rather that the only reason the singularity even exists is because they're coming here to look for her employees and energize its remnants. Besides, servants like her have an unusual causality about them. It's just like they naturally attract trouble. So what you're trying to say This is the only theory on my part, but I have a feeling this minute singularity is directly tied to our goal of finding our employees. That's probably why it exists in the first place. Good observation, Da Vinci. So what I'm trying to say is that this minute singularity will probably not go away until our problem is resolved. Makes sense. Maja, really. At this point, I don't think it'll disappear even if she were to leave. So yeah, I think this is the only way to take care of it neatly without any leftover distortions. Sounds like a plan. We'll help you with your job. You will? Wonderful. Then our first order of business is to resume delivery operations. It will not do to find my employees if the company goes under and they have no jobs to return to. Well, that's really decent of you. You're a good company president, aren't you? I'm not the president, I'm the CEO, which stands for... Well, I'll tell you what it stands for some other time, and not anytime soon. At any rate, we can look for my employees while we make our deliveries. With luck, we may well end up finding them in that way, and even if we don't, we could still find a lead that points us in the right direction. Come on, I'll make sure to collect as much information as I can. Now, before we finalize the contract, there's one last thing I need to take care of. I've got a bad feeling about this. Amazonist.com may still be its startup, but it's also one of the finest companies in the galaxy. So if you are going to be my first subcontractors, I need to make sure your performance is up to snuff. Which means you'll need to first pass my training program / interview. Ah, I knew it. And just so you know, delivery work is serious business. Every Amazonist.com delivery person needs to be ready to accept any kind of order at any moment's notice and deliver anywhere in the galaxy. Anyone lacking in either capability or mental fortitude who attempts to complete this task will die. The most important capability a delivery person needs is stamina. The second most important is also stamina. That goes for third, fourth, and fifth capabilities as well. So I'll personally test you to see whether you have what it takes to be a delivery person. If you cannot withstand my Morning Star, you will never be able to withstand an entitled customer's complaints. And with that, let the training program begin. I mean, I suppose there's some sense in that, you know. Some sense. Just some. This is looking up to be a fun event already. I was about to say, so it looks like I might need to actually plan this out, but it said endurance battle, so I probably just have to last until her NP. I'm guessing. Also, I totally did the wrong NP there. Just snacking on some chocolate. She very much subscribes to my idea of no kill like overkill. Arts Blast. Dudes, dudes, dudes. She doesn't hit that hard sometimes. Sometimes. Oh, that was easy. Didn't even have to stand on MP. I'm exhausted. I don't blame me, I'm exhausted just from watching it. Good you pass. Indeed, I'm impressed that you're still able to stand after such a rigorous exam. I believe you said your company name is Chaldea. Then welcome to Amazonas.com, Chaldea. You are now officially our very first subcontractor. I'll make sure your logo is added to our website to list of partner companies. Awesome. So now that that's settled, what exactly is the job going to entail? Worry not, I know what you're thinking. You want to know if this collaboration will be win-win. For both of our companies, right? Not a problem. At Amazonas.com, our outsourcers are nothing less than an extension of our corporate body. Now that the figurative ink of the agreement is dry, you and I are practically family or comrades in arms. As such, I will ensure that your working environment is pristine, and I will match Amazonas.com's prize ambitious workflow to match yours. Rest assured that these will be the best working conditions in the galaxy. Conditions that will empower all of you to do your job safely and securely, to enjoy doing them and enjoy a sense of fulfillment from them. Now then, to begin with, I think I'll make this building to my new Amazonas.com branch office, since no one appears to be using it. Oh, that makes sense. Wait, Nani? Totally saw that one coming. Totally saw that one coming. In the final part of the prologue. Sit Pyramid Himeji Castle, now known as Amazonas.com Outer Rim Pop-Up Shop. Servant verse events are so wacky. I was expecting a banner. Not gonna lie. I was expecting there to just be a banner on the castle. Yeah, it's not the first weird thing. Certainly not the first. That's for sure. I can see why you've gotten in the habit of praying whenever autumn rolls around. So that's why I always get this strangely sublime look of enlightenment during Halloween season. There you are. Good. Everything is ready now. Wait, was this event supposed to originally take place during Halloween time? I wonder. I wonder if this was originally planned to be the Halloween event, but Saber Wars 2 took its place. In JP verse as well. Because I'm pretty sure Saber Wars 2 take place during the JP. But this was... I wonder if this is supposed to be it. Everything is ready now. Just to make double sure, did you really renovate the entire interior of that building in such a short time since we last spoke? Yes, I did. Our technological acumen has had to constantly innovate, to keep pace with the times, which has made this task trivial. Now then, I would like to make double sure of something as well. I believe you said there would be no issues with any rights holders, correct? As I'm sure it goes without saying, we take IP rights very seriously. You'll never find any pirated version of anything on Amazonas.com. Personally, I'm not sure how much rights I figure into building in this singularity, but everyone who seemed like they might have some claim to them, namely Osaka Beheme, Cleopatra, and Elizabeth, are all happy to give their way to Master to help with this mission. What's going on with that? That's the funniest architecture I've ever seen. Look at it, Lord Apollo. It's got building on top of building on top of buildings. And who are you? Oh no! Bad choice. Oh, I'm just a friendly neighborhood old man, and this here is my little brother. We're here to make sure everything goes smoothly. Hey, you guys, are you sure this isn't going to be a problem, right? This newly developed anti-Greek deodorant is working, right? When I heard we were dealing with a certain CEO, and that it's possible that quirk of hers might be the same or even worse than Amazon we know, well, it's kind of freaking this old man out more than I might let on, you know? Hector and Paris, here to help. Yep, just say their names straight out. You two seem vaguely familiar. That's right, I remember you now. Aren't you two the shining helmet and little angelic devil of planet Troy? Oh, they're servant verse counterparts. No, never mind. There's no way those two could be here. You must just have happened to resemble them or be from another season. That was way too close for comfort. I seriously thought my heart was going to give out. And since this is our first time meeting, allow me to introduce myself properly. I am the CEO of Amazonas.com. Here's my business card. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Oh yeah, same here. Sorry I don't have a card myself. I'm not important enough for that sort of thing.
Besides, I'm only here because they thought it'd be a good idea to have someone who knows how to negotiate around. I told them that there's any number of other servants who could talk circles around me, but they still insisted on me for some reason. Because it's funny, Hector.
We're not trying to win these negotiations, which means the Professor, Caesar, and the other usual suspects won't be a good fit. I just want you to make sure this will be an environment we can reasonably help out in, and give us the green or red light accordingly. Well, that, and I also thought of having you around might help things go more smoothly, you know, in case we run into any trouble with our new business partner. I mean, I do get that the CEO here isn't the same person as the one you guys know, but still. You know, that reminds me, what's Chaldea's Penthesilea doing right now?
Well, I know I'm just making more problems for future me to deal with, but I didn't want her running into a kill.
A kill?
Oh crap, she's got the same hair trigger for his name as the other one. Oh, you know, I was just saying we could make a killing from this collaboration if it goes off without a hitch. But for that to happen, there's a certain queen we don't want accidentally running to either a particularly green-haired jerkface or another version of herself. So I managed to convince her that this is the perfect season for working out indoors, and that she could actually double her gains if she never leaves her room. I'd imagine she's probably taking that advice to heart and working her abs right about now.
I see. Thank you for being so considerate.
Oh, don't worry about it. I just did what had to be done.
So, the CEO has the same trigger. I wonder what role Achilles has in the Starverse. I really do. So, but I mean, Miss CEO, could we ask you to show us inside the building now? Very well, little boy who strongly resembles the little angelic devil. You know, not that it really matters either way, but I kind of feel like you ought to pick one or the other. Come with me. I will start by showing you around the Amazonas.com's prized warehouse.
And the warehouse?
Oh, wow! That is quite impressive. That is quite impressive. Foo! Well, look at that, big brother. There are shelves as far as the eye can see here.
Well, damn. This place is impressive. But try not to get too worked up, Paris. We're not here on a field trip, you know.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, that's quite alright. After all, this is the heart of Amazonas.com. We don't just deliver goods, we also deliver dreams. It's perfectly understandable that children would jump up for joy at seeing all the many varieties of dream we keep in stock. In fact, something that would be very wrong if they didn't. Could I ask something? No matter how I run the numbers, I don't see any way that this castle should be able to hold this much merchandise. And it's probably a spatial distortion spell or some kind of technology we haven't discovered yet. I'm really curious about how they pulled this off too, but we'll never get anywhere if we stop picking apart every inexplicable thing. Man, I really do want to know how they did this. As a subcontractor, I'm happy and willing to cooperate with you in every regard, but I hope you can understand that I must reserve the right to keep some corporate matters trade secrets. It's all about security and risk management. Now, as for what the work entails, when an order comes in, you will need to collect the products from this warehouse, pack them, and ship them. It must take forever to find anything in a warehouse this massive. Not at all. As a matter of fact, every product we carry has been stocked completely at random. Our system uses barcodes to keep perfect track of every product's location, thus eliminating the need to sort them. As employees, all you need to do is go to the specified shelf and take the specified amount of product. This is the innovation upon which we have staked Amazon.com's future, the random stow system. Now I get it, that sounds like something even I could do without messing up. When making deliveries, you'll use Amazon.com portals to warp to the gate to the nearest delivery area. But from there, it'll generally be up to each delivery person to determine the route to the customer. You'll be free to walk, drive, or ride that sheep for all I care, but all that matters is getting the order to the customer. Intergalactic travel regulations be damned. If anyone does try to give you any trouble over any ostensible traffic violation, just show them your Amazon.com employee badge and it'll usually work out. That is exactly the sort of thing for which I pay such exorbitant corporate tax. Besides, they know what will happen if they try to criticize an upstanding corporate citizen for exercising a God-given right as a taxpayer. Specifically, what will happen is a morning star right to their heads, one with extra painful spike. Good lord, she is brutal.
Well, if everyone's free to choose their own method of transportation, that makes things nice and simple. We've got a good number of servants who can drive and fly and stuff, and they're not even all riders.
That means that I urge you all to remain vigilant. The Amazonas.com portals may get you most of the way there, but there is no telling what might await you on the remainder of your delivery route. You may run into an enormous man-eating beast or need to make your way through a forest of death. Other times, you may even land on a planet with the atmospheric pressures of 1,000 times greater than your own, or a gas giant that is completely uninhabited. As I said during your training, anyone who fails to take this job seriously will die. You may be servants powerful enough to defeat 1,000 soldiers on your own. Without enough gratitude energy, you'll find yourselves utterly drained after a single delivery. Which is where this comes in.
Where what comes in?
Amazon.com isn't content to sit around and waiting for the rest of the galaxy to agree on workplace reforms. We are undergoing constant evolution in order to better facilitate synergistic employee satisfaction. Now, as office subcontractors, I will make a special exemption and grant you access to these facilities as well. Besides, they won't do any of my other employees any good, well, with them all still missing. At any rate, forget employee welfare. What I'm talking about to you is showing you nothing less than employee paradise. Right this way. I'm curious as to what the relaxation room is. Oh, wow. This looks snazzy. Foo-foo. I can tell this place is all connected to the warehouse through devious spatial distortion means, but what exactly is it? These are my company's prized comprehensive relaxation facilities. All Amazonas.com employees are free to make use of them 24 hours a day. They include a spacious hot spring bath complete with luxurious massage chairs, power nap beds, and an arcade. And a food court-style group dining space staffed by first-class chefs. As I alluded to earlier, this is paradise designed to empower employees to get through the R&R they need before sending them back to the war zone that is the delivery person's route. I call it the Great Amazonas Hot Spring Story. Wellness resort. I read about these in the database. It said wellness resorts are general relaxation facilities from the late 20th century where people could enjoy good food and soak in rejuvenating baths. They were often used for business retreats as a place for corporate warriors to come together and recuperate from the stresses of a modern-day workplace. I don't know how facilities such as these are commonly referred to on this planet, but this is indeed a place for warriors to come together. It also ensures that those warriors who come here stay healthy one way or another. Even a warrior on the brink of death from injuries sustained during an especially arduous delivery will be back on their feet and raring to go on a new route after one day spent here undergoing intensive recuperation. Oh yeah, that's just like recycling, but for people instead of plastics. You really need to learn to keep your mouth shut at times like these, Paris. How could you say that, big brother? Anyway, this place does look like a real sweet get-up. With all this space and all the different things to do, I even think Caldea's surprisingly expansive servant roster ought to be able to kick back and relax here. If you like it, there's plenty good enough for me. I was always kind of anxious about being able to defend Troy back during the war. But you always said things would work out, and you were right. We managed to keep it safe for a really long time. So I trust your opinion more than anyone else's. Thanks, Paris, but this ultimately isn't my call. Whether we go through with this or not, it's up to Master. So, Master, what do you say? We can pull this off. Foo-foo! You got it, Master. If that's your call, I'll do everything I can to help. Alright then, let's get this whole delivery operation started. I agree, I think this will be the closest way to resolve this minute singularity. It may not be much, but I promise to help in whatever way I can too. This could be the exact chance to learn what it takes to be an office worker at a major online retailer. Okay, so, if this is what you think is best, I'm prepared to support you all the way. That said, we've never done delivery work before, and there's bound to be new unforeseen challenges we don't have much experience with, so we'll need to be careful. We'll probably want to assign servants deliveries based on their mobility as well as their fighting prowess. So riders will probably be our biggest asset. Then a lot of non-rider servants have all sorts of vehicles at the command too. There is definitely a lot to consider here. Bit mobile isn't really my thing, so is it okay if I go back to being a shed now? Surfing Caldea is going to work together to handle these deliveries, right? And that kind of sounds like a festival. This is going to be fun. I don't know about fun. Sounds more like a lot of hard work to me. Oh, well, guess I just have to make sure I don't work too hard. Anyway, you said you're going to stick with the CEO, right, Master? In that case, Osaka ought to be all the security detail you need. After all, there won't be much need for a bunch of us to cover a lot of ground this time. I get the feeling this is all going to come down to the number of servants who can get around independently and how light they are on their feet. That means we're all going to do the best we can to make deliveries too, right? Yeah, I can't wait to get started. So you just need me to be a bodyguard then? Sure, I can do that. So I can just let the CEO handle the front line and focus on keeping Machan safe, easy as pie. Let's go out there and make deliveries! I do wonder if that is a hint that riders will have a faster recovery period, followed by servants with vehicles. That was a nice little jingle. Very nice little jingle. Alrighty. We get our quartz for doing the story, and now it begins. So refresh your servants, speed up your servants' next delivery, servants are recovering faster than preferred, servants set to match, servants top of the list. Okay, so I want to see here. Smart sort on. Where is the smart sort thing? Okay, so rider. Okay, so this The break room is best for riders, then it looks like. Okay. So, I should probably get all of my riders used up first here, just to see exactly how long the basic recovery period is. Looks like it might be 6 hours. Clear to us to mix one delivery at a time, however, servants who participate in quests will be... Okay. So, bring all your servants to make efficient deliveries. Must make a part of your own servants. Keep in mind there's no support slot when paying for cost requirements. Okay. So, I am going to sort by proper level for this one. We want to get our weak servants, or rather, yeah, weak is probably the best way. Our weaker servants taken care of first, aka those that have not leveled up, which is quite a lot of them. Quite a lot of servants are not leveled up, but we're going to throw them into the the fire anyways. I kind of want to do this one like this, though, just to get an idea of what to expect. So, let's start with Beowulf, and we're going to pretty much default to Golden Sumo for now. And let's see... Oh, you have to have 3. Okay, that's a little bit more annoying. That is indeed a little bit more annoying. So let's take some disadvantaged servants here. I really don't have that many archers. Start from the... You know, not Orion. Let's go the weaker archers first. So, Robin and Uriel and Golden Fragment with Fragment. Sure. Let's see how this goes. Because I honestly have no clue. Honestly have no clue how this is going to turn out. But only one way to find out. But if it is a 6-hour cooldown, then I pretty much will be getting through every single servant in my list, and then that's probably going to be it. Okay, so I can't just run with the weak ones. I have to bring at least leveled servant. Good to know. Withdraw. Okay. So now that I know that, we will play this smart. We'll start off with our sabers, if any, that are leveled. I don't have any 1-stars, so it looks like it's going to be the newly leveled Bedivere leading this quest. And we're still going to bring in the low levels, just because otherwise I'm going to have to run a thing with all low levels, and everybody is going to work in this. Everybody. Even if it is just as death fodder. Very good damage there, buddy. There we go. And now Betty will finish it in the next 3 turns. Or less, actually. Definitely less. Do-do-do. Welcome back, J6. Welcome back. Finally have started the event proper. How much of a refund is this, NP-wise? 30%. It's probably a base 30. Okay, Betty, smash. First time seeing his NP since Camelot. Very well done, Bedivere. Very well done. Alright, so let me see if I was right in that this... Ooh, boom. Let me see if I was right in that they are going to be on a 6-hour cooldown here. 5 blazes. Okay, so it is a 6-hour cooldown phase. Okay. Archer next. Let's see. We want a leveled up Archer. Leveled up Archer. Let me see. Who's gonna fit that well? Arash, of course. And then unleveled Sabers. And by Sabers, I mean Lancers. So, Ben K. And... where was the other one? Leonidas. I feel like I could filter that down a little bit further, but it's what it is. Okay, let's go. Yeah, it's going to be nice and chill roads from here. I have no idea how many of the packages, or deliveries rather, I'm going to be able to make, but, you know, we'll find out. Excuse me. Well, we're done with this one next turn. Or at least I hope we are, because if Arash does not wipe out the enemies with his NP, then we are SOL. But you know, no guts, no glory. We will, though, just to be safe, poke the Cosmic Dog aficionado. Good poke. Okay, that was... I was worried there. I was worried that Arash would not have enough oomph. Definitely worried, but no worries, it turns out. And 1,000,000 QP. Awesome. Okay. So we only can see the next 10, it looks like. Alright. Riders. Can I... is there no way to sort this as well? Okay, there we go. That does sort. Alright, so with Riders, we want Assassins. Who is our lowest leveled up Assassin? Kojiro! And we don't want to bring along a caster, so we will bring along Mozart and Shakespeare, since they will literally serve no purpose. Let's go! Hopefully they're swallows that we're facing, so that Sasaki Kojiro, the savior of France, can save us. They're cosmic swallows. Focus on the big one. Just trying to remember, what skills does he have? Sure hit, crit star drop rate, crit star gather rate for yourself. That'll be useful when he's alone. Crit stars, and a turn of evasion with a crit strength buff. Okay. Yeah, why not use that real quick? And fight! Bye, Shakespeare. Alright, now it's all Kojiro. All comes to Kojiro. Show these giant swallows what you mean here, Koshiro. I'll throw an evasion on him, plus the heal. Mainly the heal. And slice them down. Exactly. Such a nice hit. Very well done. And I think this is a game, set, match. Let's increase that crit strength here. And just quick blast it out. Not bad crit start, Jen. Not bad. And we get a Fang. And some more foes. Alright. Keep it rolling. Archer. So we want our lowest leveled up Lancer. Let's see. Lancer. Wow, we only have 2. Okay, we're gonna have to start tapping into our Zerkers soon enough, I feel. And now we want to bring along a Saber. Our lowest leveled up Sabers. Excuse me. Saber. Caesar. Levy. I don't know. Alright, let's go, Ku! Let's hope that Lancer does not die. Or Lancer Gashinda. I think that's the proper formation for the meme. Lancer Gashinda. Starfish. Okay, let's go the Guts route here, just to be safe. And that's pointless, so BAQ. Favorite combo for me. Bye, Caesar. They're trying to strangle Ku! Don't strangle Ku! Alright, this is NP. And this is game, set, match. Very nicely done. I just like how he goes, bleh, bleh. Alright, let's go ahead and NP it. Because no kill like overkill. Or sure kill. As technically it would be. Hey, we got the death. So actually something I do want to check here is how long does the cooldown get cut down by throwing a servant in the relaxation room? Let's throw... We don't have a rider yet. So this one is mainly built for riders, so I'm going to wait until I have a rider before I find out. Lancers. So we need our strongest weak saber. Such an oxymoron. Okay, so now we're starting to get into the golds. I'm going to go with our strongest weak berserker then. Because I want to try and save the golds as long as I can. And then archers. Go Spartacus! Show them the power of rebellion. The power of jump. That's still such an awesome scene. Oh, a double waiver. Okay. So it's starting to get a little bit more tricksy, huh? That's gonna be a fair bit annoying. The attack buff will probably be well worth it. Yes, just buff yourselves, dudes. Don't worry about it. Just buff yourselves to your heart's content and give me the chance to destroy you all. And gain NP. Okay. We should theoretically be able to generate enough NP this turn now. Doot. Air hug Spartacus. As you do. And... okay. That's a little annoying. It hopefully shouldn't be too bad. This isn't the 10th wave. No, this is not. This cannot be wave 10. Guess it's just bad luck. Thankfully, we got through. But I guess I need to be on the lookout for servant class enemies now. Okay. Just keep rolling forwards. Spinal fluid. Okay, so that wasn't checkpoint 1. 5 deliveries get us 20 blazes of wisdom. Okay. 6th delivery, a delivery to the mines. Berserkers this time. Well, ideally it'd be the strongest and my weakest foreigners, but I don't have any low-level foreigners other than Yu, but she's not leveled up at all. Okay, let's think. So, Berserker does not get a straight class advantage against anything, so I think going neutral with the Berserker on Berserker action is fine. We'll bring Yu along, as well as another low-level Berserker, I guess. That should be fine. Every 10 floors is a checkpoint. Yeah, I vaguely remember that, but that 5th floor seemed harder than the rest. Okay. Sure. A very strong skill to start things off. Let's get Bunyan a bit of NP here. Let's not kill Bunyan, please. Doot. Depends on the favor, is all I can say. Do not kill Bunyan. Why are you freaking target focusing Bunyan? Like, seriously. Why are they focusing Bunyan? And where is Bunyan's arts cards? fear Bunyan is going to go down just because I'm not generating enough NP for her. But the thing is, I know if I get NP, I got this as well. Okay. That's dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Bunyan crit strength. Start getting the defense down. There we go. Bunyan, please do not die. So wait, are you asking for me to put a taunt servant in as a support? In one of my support slots? Is that essentially what you're asking? Oh, so you want to do... Okay, so you can do solos. Yeah. However, if I get called out by Draconic or Jakester for having a level 1 in my support list, you know, it's on you, man. You'll pipe up and say, I asked for this. But yeah, it's cool. It's no issues, man. No issues. Let me just go to that real quick. Formation. Support setup. Hang on. Is it primary or event support that will show up? Do you happen to know? Will it be under the primary or event support? Real quick. While you're answering that. I'm gonna just clear out all these randos that I do not know who they are, because they have not said anything in stream. There we go. Event, you think? I'll throw one in both slots. I'm trying to think. Ryder, Leonidas? No, Georges. Ryder, Georges. Where is he? There. Oh, you know what? Georges is actually leveled up. So, there you go. Georgius is leveled up. Want Fragment of 2030? On him. Will that work? Oh, you don't want a leveled servant. Oh. Leonidas. Okay, do you want Fragment of 2030 as the CE for extra crit stars, or would you rather Ideal Holy King for an extra 1000 HP? The battery on death CE. I need to take that out of my archives then. Give me just a moment here. I don't think I have the 5-star one, unfortunately. I don't believe I've got that one. I have Battle of Kumlan, which I really should have taken out a while ago anyways. From the Da Vinci events. If it was one that you got from the gacha, I don't think I have it. Shopsy. Okay, I'm gonna have to get it up real quick. Hang on. Mouse. Turn the mouse on. Okay, fategrandorder.phantom.com. Battle of Come on, laptop. You can do it. Think harder. Think harder, laptop. You can do it. I believe in you. Come on, laptop. You can do it. You's a good laptop. You're a good laptop. Yes, you are. Come on. Come on, laptop. Load frickin' pages. How do you know it's not a dog? It could very well be, you know? You've never seen my laptop, so... Okay, so... Cards with similar effect. Okay, so... The Merciless one. I really wish you could search... by name. Let me see. Can I filter... Would it be that one? I said filter. That. No, there it is. Okay, I found it. And let me drop this filter. There we go. There we go. Alright, let me really quickly here. Support setup. On Leo Leonidas. Oh! That's a pretty good CE. Not gonna lie. Pretty good CE. Alright. Back to the event. So, assassins this time. So for this one, we want to bring in our strongest weak caster. Hans it is! And our weakest rider. So, poor Blackbeard. Or Brobeard, rather. Followed by Medusa. Okay. Let's go. Miu will be the first solo. Ooh, soloing with Miu. Very interesting. Very interesting choice. I can already tell this one is going to be painful because I have a non-offensive caster as my primary damage dealer. So this is going to be fun. You guys could have wiped out the supports, you know. I really don't need them right now. They're not leveled up, so they're not really doing too much for me at the moment. But, you know, you ghosts do you. I can understand not wanting to attack Medusa or, you know, Brobeard. They're both cool people. They're just not very high ranked up on the level up order. That's their only fault right now. And heck, it's seeming like Blackbeard may live this. Let's go ahead and throw a crit strength buff on Hans. Blackbeard survives. Cool on you, Brobeard. Cool on you. And we get a lantern. You failed to solo. Wait, did my support show up out of curiosity? That's the first question. Did the Leonidas I put in show up? What was this one called? The delivery book's acting weird. So we want our strongest weak rider this time. Looks like it's gonna be George's. And then we want a Assassino, which will be Matahari and Charlotte, the Bronze Assassin Sisters. Essentially, you have the same attack value at level 1. Interesting. Atari's a bit tougher, though. Okay. Let's go. You'll Shengong this floor. No kill quite like launching your allies as a ballistic missile at your opponent's kill. Encyclopedias. So if I'm right, he... Oh, he does have a... I forgot that... I thought the door just isn't... Okay. Throw the guts on, sure. Don't want the target focus. So we kind of need the others to go down here. He's a taunt wall, but because your case complete and excellent, broken waver will be the battery. That sounds like something Waver is probably very used to at this point, to be honest. Waver is probably exceedingly used to being just a battery. Poor Charlotte. Sorry, Charlotte. You didn't deserve that. Good lord, can I please get more Georges cards? Heal. Okay, there we go. A BAQ extravaganza. That's 1. And quite possibly 2 and 3. Defense boost, why not? NP strengthened. And crit strength buffing. Alright, Georges. Strike. While the iron is hot. I do not have Poster Girl now. I know for certain that I do not have Guda Guda Poster Girl. Very well done, Georges. Very well done. Page and Caster Gem. Almost had the lid to my water fly off. Okay, 9th delivery. Okay, we're making decent progress already. Berserkers. So, again, I think it's best to fight a Berserker with a Berserker. So, Kyo. And we'll bring along Caligula and the man who does not wish for his name to be spoken. Other best bet. Halloween arrangements. I don't know if I've got that one either. No, I know I don't have this one because that one dropped when it originally dropped when I wasn't... It originally dropped in the period that I was not playing FGO because I didn't care for that kind of gaming at the time. I've said it before that I dropped FGO, like, I started right when it started, but then after like a month of play, I wasn't used to the whole energy mechanics and the whole having to farm stuff, so I kind of dropped it for almost a year, you know? So that is why I do not have that Mashu C. It is a regretful thing, yes, that I do not have her, but, you know, I'm sure eventually I will obtain her. This could be dangerous. Get that defense boost. You got it from the rerun. Is that the original Caster Liz. I feel like that's when the OG Cast Liz came back. AoE, okay. I'm trying to think. I need to check something because I know I got back. I know I got back in with the return of Kintoki, or with the premiere of Rider Kintoki, but I honestly don't remember when exactly that was, like, in a proper timeline fashion. I mean, I know I have Caster Liz, so I should have it, but I don't know if I had quartz, you know, to afford the CE at that point in time. Doot. So, let's see. Babylonia was 2018. So, I came back June of 2018, which was just before the summer event, which I rolled pretty hard for Tama Lancer. Also had the Aprilia event, which I rolled for, Ilya. Okay, so this is why I did not have it, because I remembered looking and I wanted Shelter, and Shelter was coming out shortly afterwards, so that's why I didn't get it. That's why I didn't no. It was Shelter. I was gonna say it's Gil, but no, Shelter was the reason. And I didn't get Shelter at that point in time. You know, it's sad, but it happens. Sad, but it happens. I know. I regret it to this day. Be careful of beautiful, intelligent assassins. So this is the 10th delivery. This is Cleopatra, as you have said. We're allowed to use supports on this one. So, J6, I need you to tell me here. Okay, so there is the recover period. So, I do need to be wary of that. Good to know. Very good to know. Obviously, we'll have Penth in... Honestly, I kind of wonder if I can get... Could I get away with just Penth? Support Penth. I might try. I might try to get away with just support Penth here. At the very least, we'll see how this goes. Go back to Captain Chaldea and launch. Yep, that's what I'm doing. I'm just using 3 servants every floor. You know, this is working better than I thought. You're already doing that thing with your hands again. I'm grateful to you. I did see some signs of hesitation early on, but now, here we are, already on our 10th customer. This outsourcing venture is working out better than I had thought. Or rather, these Pegasus and Vimana transports are extremely useful. I want them. Wait, hang on. Pegasus and Vimana. So, is Gil... I honestly cannot see Gil agreeing to be a delivery boy. Like, I cannot see that as a thing. With transport like that, I could eliminate bottlenecks from our delivery timetable completely. I don't suppose you'd be interested in selling them, would you? They're very important to us, so no, I don't see that happening. I see. At any rate, this has become a rather illuminating error. I always thought I could make Amazonas a household name throughout the galaxy with our strength alone. Honestly, part of me still thinks that's what I should do, since I know we have the strength to make that happen. But that aside, this collaboration is the first time I've experienced the benefits of working hand-in-hand with a trustworthy partner company. I'm used to be fiercely resistant to the very idea of relying on any other company for help, but I see now that changing with the times is truly the key to achieving our galactic initiatives. Furthermore, if there are synergistic benefits that can only be gained through partner collaboration. then it behooves me to approach my managerial vision with more flexible bent. Indeed, this has been a very illuminating experience. I understand that. You're welcome. Nonetheless, we must remain cautious. After all, getting a new initiative off the ground is comparatively easy. The real test of a company is how it handles bumps in the road to success. This is the time when its true value comes to light. True, we can't let ourselves get complacent yet. We only just started this job, after all. Speaking of which, you're almost the customer's designated coordinates, so please keep an eye out for them. Good point. Let's make sure the product is all in order. Yes, it's all here. 1 ballpoint pen. There is no need to be incredulous. It has always been Amazonas' mission statement to deliver anything anywhere throughout the galaxy, whether it be a single pen or a slice of bread. Now let's go. A single pen. Interesting. This should be the place. Oh! Hey, Cleopatra! Or is it really Cleopatra? No, it's not. Calday's Cleopatra's not making deliveries along with everyone else. So it must be someone else, even if she does look a lot like the servant we know. Are you the one from Amazonas.com? And here we are with the item you ordered. Hey, Jakester! Welcome to the stream. Happy things. Sign here, please. Yes, of course. Yes, this is certainly the pen I ordered. Now, would you use it to sign this for me? Very well, this line here. Let's see. Huh? Whoa! Impressive. You handled that interaction so naturally that I almost ended up signing that paper. But if you thought we Amazons were all muscle and no brains, you thought wrong. As the CEO, my intelligence is just as maxed out as my strength. Need to do your night cycle of the event in a sec? Ah, so you're doing it in cycles. Interesting. I'm just gonna be doing it while I'm streaming, so I'm hoping that it will not take me too long to do. I honestly have no idea how many floors I'm gonna get through in today's stream, but that'll let me know for tomorrow's stream at least. And here I thought I would be nice and end you quickly. How unfortunate for you that you thought otherwise. 6 hours, yeah. How much... I do wonder how quickly the relaxation spots restore. I only managed to take a quick peek at the document I nearly inadvertently signed thanks to a cunning plan. But that was enough for me to barely make out a ridiculous passage. Slide over all rights to Amazonas.com. Just barely, huh? You must be a corporate spy, no, a corporate assassin, here to engineer a hostile takeover. Who are you? Oh, your ignorance of my intergalactically renowned beauty speaks volumes about your paltry networking skills. You wish to know who I am? Very well, then I'll tell you. My name is Madam Cosmetic Beauty. I'm one of the 3 most beautiful women in the universe and the head of an organization dedicated to sharing my beauty equally and mercifully with all who desire it. That is to say, I'm the CEO of Egyptian, the Intergalactic Mail Order Cosmetics Company. It's hilarious how the Servantverse counterparts have such crazy names sometimes. Oh, I know that certain servants like specific facilities, like the very first one seems to be very Rider-esque, but I didn't know that certain servants didn't like others. Interesting. Ignoring your utterance of the detestable B word, read beautiful, you are a CEO too. That must mean you are my equal. Curses. Wait. So, hang on. I could have swore that Penth raged out at hearing that word. Is it only when it's directed at her, or am I just misremembering? The Servantverse, Cleopatra. I'm still unclearly clear what the Servantverse is, but it looks like you're probably right. I'm genuinely appalled that you know so little about me. Then again, if you had, I doubt you would have mounted such a crass attack on my company in the first place. In the approximately 3,000 years since Egyptian was founded, I've never been so insulted. Okay, gotcha, Jakester. Gotcha. Thank you for that. It's no wonder that Lord Mechet, our guardian/mascot/spoke character, is so furious that they are ready to shoot anger beams from their glorious eyes. Lord Mechet. Attack. I have no recollection of attacking your company whatsoever. This is exactly what's so insulting. Haven't you ever seen a late-night infomercial? Oh, you mean those programs they sometimes show after the Cosmo Channel's usual lineup is over? Yes, I know of them. Those are the ones that sell things like bedspreads and vacuum cleaners and cosmetic items over the phone. Wait, don't you mean to tell me Your Ilya only just became Bond 2? Dang, J6, dang! I mean, to be fair, I've got a lot of low bond level servants. And floor 42. Okay. I'm hoping I can at least reach around there. That's right, Egyptian has been dominant in the late-night infomercial market share for centuries on end. But once your insolent Amazoness.com entered the picture, our customer has been increasingly getting their cosmetics with a single click on your site at any time of the day rather than solely through late-night phone calls. And our sales have been on a downward trend ever since. It sounds like Cleo, or my bad, Madame Cosmetic Beauty, that you need to switch up your game plan. Indeed, we do carry a wide line of beauty products. Though I have none, zilch, zero outright negative interest in them myself, to the point where merely catching a glimpse of them puts me in a foul mood for the rest of the day. At any rate, now I see, so you are one of our competitors. Your actions have caused irreparable harm to both myself and the company. Such widespread availability of cheap and subpar so-called beauty products is an affront to everything my noble Egyptian stands for. Helping commerce has become just a tiny bit as beautiful as I am. This current state of affairs cannot and will not stand. I honestly can't tell if she's being kind or conceited. If you're my competitor, that also makes you my enemy. I've always, literally, crushed every enemy who got in my way before, and I see no reason to stop now. Besides, isn't that why you came here to yourself? To crush us out of some misguided sense of victimdom? I wouldn't say I came here to crush you so much as I lured you out here to be crushed. You're the only Amazon left on the entire Amazoness.com staff right now, no? So I thought the CEO herself might make her way here if I ordered something, and I was right. How'd you know about that? You underestimate Egyptian's espionage division and intelligence network at your own peril. At any rate, this business world is a corporate jungle, and survival of the fittest is the law of the land. Here, signatures and contracts are everything, regardless of how they're obtained. Once I've utterly demolished you with my beauty, I'll have all the time I need to take your IP rights for myself. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, is that even possible? And the answer is a resounding yes. Why, you ask? Because my husband is the best attorney and the most evil day trader in all the galaxy. He receives financial support from every corner of the galaxy and has yet to pay back so much as a single QP. So, Caesar is a lawyer in the Servantverse. That's a terrifying thought considering how charismatic he is. In fact, he has expertly orchestrated deals where his lenders would themselves be in dire financial straits if he were to go bankrupt, so they continue to send him money in an endless virtuous cycle. This is the financial world he's made for himself, and he rules it from on high as an emperor. And I, being intelligent as I am beautiful, have in turn mastered the art of sophistry thanks to his personal instruction. So no matter how deep into the gray area my methods may be, they won't matter once I legally merge our companies. So your plan is to rely on an attorney? How foolish. The only law we Amazons adhere to is might makes right. Caesar is a legal version of Jabba the Hutt. Probably. It's a question, though, of is it Saber Caesar or Rider Caesar? In that sense, I have no exaggeration to say every one of my employees possess the conflict resolution skills of a high-powered lawyer in their own right. And of course, as the CEO, my skills in that area are second to none. Trust me when I say that you too would underestimate me at your own peril. Now then, I think it's time we begin the negotiations in earnest. You've heard of playing hardball, but I assure you there's no ball as hard as my Morning Star. She has such an interesting weapon, and I'm gonna reiterate this. She would look so much cooler if rather than just throw on glasses and a tie, they put her in a proper, like, businesswoman pantsuit. She would look so slick like that. Sure. Alexander. Buff everybody. Good lord, you're right, Jigster. She's just floating there. Menacingly. Debuff an NP gauge for each turn. That's probably well worth our time. Buster effectiveness for 3 turns are all allies. Special attack Greek males for yourself. Let's go like this. Indeed it is, indeed it is. I kind of want to, like, take some time and make a proper, like, lore video for the whole of the Servantverse. Part of me just wants to do that. Good lord, I might need to actually try here. Because Amazon's CEO has already nearly bitten the dust. Yeah, that hurt quite a bit. Pure BAQ! Pure Buster Arts Quick. Yeah, I'm gonna have to actually try here. Okay. That's moderately annoying that I have to properly try, but you know, you can't always get what you want. Now then, Penth, are you AoE or single target? Because I honestly don't know. Single target. Well, I suppose if she survives this turn, then we might have it. Oh, her NP is actually different lines. Interesting. Oh, I like how her NP is literally just an ad. Okay, that was to be expected. This is the 10th floor at the moment. Floor 10. Alright. So, I guess I do actually have to try. Penth, go to the back. You know what? There is one surefire way to beat a pharaoh, and that is with another pharaoh. I mean, to be fair, I literally just started the event, like, an hour and a half ago, so... yeah. I literally only just started an hour and a half ago. And this is literally only going to be my 10th servant that I use that is actually leveled up as well, so... I still have plenty to go. And I am leveling them up very, very slowly. It's just a matter of, you know, I don't really have, excuse me. I don't have too much in the way of silver foes to be ranking people up, you know? Reminds me of how in Heroes of Olympus, the sequel to Percy Jackson, they searched for the Amazons and ended up finding a branch of the Amazon company which had Amazons in it. Makes sense to me. No death. No death. I guess I'm saving it. I don't know. Tried changing it over to O death, but I'm weird. Bye, Boudica. Bye, Alexander. Thank yous for your service. As meat shields, I suppose. Oh, I completely forgot about Penth in the backline. It really doesn't matter. Nito Burrito. Kill. Oh. I don't know. I might be a little tired. Like I said, one of my coworkers is out due to COVID for the week. So, I'm pretty much a one-man show when it comes to interviewing patients. And I had to interview 50-some-odd patients today over the course of 7 hours. Because hours lunch break for the doctor, so no patients during that time. Yeah, it's fun. And x-rays. Had to take some x-rays as well. Taking blood pressure, asking them their medical history. It's fun. Without I completely refuted your argument. Behold the might of Amazoness' negotiation skills. You were kidding about how hard you play ball. I suppose my loss is assured when I let you almost foolishly, unabashed, straightforward steal my attention. Even if only for a moment. Indeed, as the galaxy's foremost expert on beauty, I cannot deny that your abs are in their own way beautiful. Oh, Cleo. Poor Madam Cosmetic Beauty. Oh, bats. If only we went under different circumstances, perhaps you and I could have... Oh, jeez. Aggressive negotiations, J6. How dare you, how dare you? What's going on? I thought this is where we arrive at grudging mutual respect despite our differences. Yeah, you don't say the B word in Amazon company. Oh. Well, I think, oh. Whew. I was about to say, I think Caesar might need to find another wife, but that was very nearly the end of my dynasty. One false step and I would have been vaporized right down to the last particle. Indeed, while I don't remember it very well, I know now what it means to fight a vicious economic war. This has been very educational. And speaking of things that are educational, I've just recently learned from my first experience with outsourcing that flexibility is the key to achieving our initiatives for the times. Thus, I'm willing to admit that when I have been wrong. These products you sell are exceptional quality, yes? Where'd that come from? There is as much to learn from fighting with all your might in battle as there is from presenting all your might at a meeting. While I myself may find the concept of products designed to enhance one's beauty utterly preposterous, I also now understand that women of society have an earnest desire for them. And these cosmetics are unlike any other. Indeed, they shine with a gleam as bright as any weapon. What I'm trying to say is, if you have any interest in expanding your sales channels, would you be willing to consider selling your products through Amazonos.com? Why, that thought never occurred to me. Are you sure? I may not care for them myself, but I recognize the quality quality sells. That is the truth of business. Furthermore, being able to put aside personal tastes and make beneficial decisions from a neutral POV is the quality that any true CEO should possess. Now I see. That glow of yours may just be the gleam of this generation's corporate star. Very well, I accept your proposal. In fact, we were thinking it may be time to broaden our horizons beyond the late-night infomercial market anyways.
Business partnership.
More or less. The same people that wrote the Servantverse events, J6. And Halloween. Halloween and Servantverse. But I'm merely thinking of something that goes beyond merely selling Egyptian products on our site. For example, I believe you said your company also sells relaxation goods. Of course, reducing stress is an essential part of any good beauty regimen after all. Then this works out nicely. You see, I have been thinking of our relaxation facilities could start to be even better than they are now. Would your company be willing to assist us in this pursuit? The fact is, we Amazons are warriors at heart. Try as I might to think of ways to expand and improve our facilities' restorative capabilities, I can't seem to come up with any good ideas. No, I see very well, that should be easy enough. All you need is a new spa room fully stocked with Egyptian relaxation products. Though, of course, I expect to be fairly compensated for both them and our interior design contributions. If they help my employees to be more productive, that is the price I'm happy to pay. Indeed, this is what is called a win-win relationship. I was a little worried about how things would turn out for a while, but it looks like you're not only completing your 10th delivery, you also gain a new colleague in the process. Alright, let's keep the momentum going to the next set of deliveries. No, there's nothing wrong with the story, J6. Absolutely nothing. I mean, who doesn't have a warehouse inside of a castle on top of a pyramid inside of a castle? Meanwhile, servant interludes? Woo! Servant interludes, the Valkyries! This is a lot harder than I thought. I'm tired. I think my back is starting to cramp up. Stop that, Hilder. You know it's rude to flap your light wings like that. Honestly, I'm feeling pretty tired myself. And the best of the three Valkyries. The best of the three. Ortland. Since our original job as Valkyries was to carry the souls of brave warriors to Valhalla, I thought carrying packages would be trivial in comparison. But it's turned out to be much more arduous than I thought. I'll need to lower my expected activity limit parameters to reflect this new data point. I know how you feel. Flying with these attachments that are so deeply linked to myself inevitably leads to exhaustion, but I must persevere. At least you get to ride on those, what are they called again? Windfire wheels instead of flying with your own power. That's gotta be way easier. It still requires magical energy. To use them, of course, it's still tiring. Instead of a castle that's underneath a pyramid that's underneath a castle. I think it's all the same. It depends on how you look at it, right? I've been using my giant fan to leap huge distances, and I've been having a blast ever since I decided to make it into a game, which I mean training. But doesn't that still use magical energy? Yes, it does. But in my case, I think Matama might be helping me tap into a source of unlimited energy. At least that's the feeling I get. You know, Helena probably would get such a buff in the Servantverse just because it's, you know, aliens. If you want to look into it, you could always come with me on your next job to see my mobile laboratory in action. These deliveries haven't been too hard for me since I've just been riding around on my Sphinx, which is practically one of my own familiars at this point. But your flying carpet is part of your noble phantasm, right? It must be exhausting using it all the time. Yes, it is. I would much rather go around making deliveries with you and our old Pharaoh legend. So I could take advantage of all of its many safety features. Well, yes, that does sound like fun, but there's no point bringing that up now. We all need to cover as much ground as possible, right? Now, so the two of us should operate alone. That's true, but let me say this. I strongly urge you all to get the rest you need. Because if you don't, you could very well and truly die. And if hearing one of my stories will help you relax, please let me know. I'll be more happy to oblige. I see she's worried that someone dies, the rest of us will have to work even harder to make up for them. And that'll lead to her dying. All that aside, I really didn't expect this to be such a all-hands-on-deck situation. True, some of them are only able to make deliveries on foot. We have it easy compared to them. Indeed, the slackers who refuse to take their duty seriously aside, everyone is doing their best. So there's nothing to be gained from complaining. The best thing we can do right now is devote ourselves to recuperating so we can get back to work. Huh? Oh no! Oh no, no, no. Achilles, go away. Shoot. Shoot, Achilles. Shoot. Get out. I don't have a spray bottle. Where's my spray bottle? I need to spray bottle Achilles. Hey there. Not exactly sure what's going on, but I heard we need all the help we can get. So I thought I'd stop by and see if there's anything I could do to... What are you doing here, Achilles? What do you mean? I'm the fastest runner around, and I've got a chariot to boot. So if you've got to deliver packages now, I figure there'd be plenty of ways they could be useful. No, absolutely not. What in the world are you thinking? I agree, this is the last place you should be. If you insist on being here, then we will have to do everything in our power to stop you, for Master's sake, for Chaldea's sake, and for the sake of the future itself. Man, so the sisters are all dead set against me for being here. They're not wrong. Honestly, I'm right there with them. We appreciate the thought, but if you really want to help, the best thing you can do right now is stay in your room. That's true. The CEO and you know who might be two different people. But Sol has told us she's just as inclined to go berserk at the very mention of your name. Wait, did she? Hang on. I don't recall that. My brain is not processing when that happened, Draconic. You'll have to tell me when that happened. Luckily, she's out on a delivery at the moment, but there's no telling when she might come back. Indeed, if she were to return now and see your face directly, I should have think about it. Well, that explains why every other servant besides me got the call into pitch. Oh, I haven't seen the second... Technically, I haven't seen the most recent part. The last part I saw was the part that included the cursed Lancelot bit. And Jalter raising money for Christmas presents. That was more wholesome. Alright, if that's the case, I guess I'll have to sit this one out. That is a surprise. I did not expect such a renowned Greek hero to feel left out. I don't blame him. It's always sad being left out when there are others playing. Please don't cry, Lord Achilles. I would be glad to make it up to you by joining you for a game in your room sometime. Who said anything about crying? Besides, it's not about feeling left out. Look, I'm a servant too, so now that I'm someone, I want to help Master out as much as I can. Oh, Moriarty is a manipulative man. He is evil incarnate. But in this case, on second thought, never mind. You all want me to leave before this mystery person comes back and sees me, right? Okay, you got it. See you later. Something weighing on your mind? Oh, no, not really. I was just thinking about what I should do, what I should bring to play when I go visit Lord Achilles. He's not normally so fast, but he seemed a little stilted just now. Wait, that's it? Stilts. I'm sure you would enjoy trying his feet at stilts. Oh, Ushi, you are something. No, he definitely got manipulated into it. You know, Moriarty's a smooth talker. So I will not hold that against Lancelot. So the spa room has opened, which is... also writers. Oh, wait, it says compatible. Okay, so why if I do event bonus, it only shows writers? I'm confused as to why it's only showing writers. Okay, you know what? I think I need to filter... No, not filter, but Smart Sort is on... Okay. Is the base one not compatible with anybody, then? Okay, so the base one is not compatible with anybody. The spa room is compatible with no particular particular servants. Except for... Hang on. Are all... Is everybody compatible with... Everybody... Okay, most everybody is compatible with the spa room. There's a lot that... There's a frick ton of servants compatible with the spa room. Holy cow. I like how some of the waifus are compatible with it. Uresh, Melt, Uresh and Melt are compatible with the spa room. Mashu is compatible with the spa room. Okay, cool. Good to know, good to know. But on to the deliveries! Level 11. So Berserker. So, again, fight Berserker with Berserker. Grab my weakest of the bunch. You know him well. And then grab the weakest of the bunch Berserkers. Again. There we go. Forward march! But now, Lancelot won't be burned. He got manipulated. He got manipulated. Plus, you know, I've seen the clips on YouTube of the Camelot battle between Mashu and Lancelot, and you know, it's savage. Okay. I know I clicked on that star monkey. And indeed, Lobo does want a bath. Okay, I need to be incredibly careful. None of his skills are really useful. Honestly, at this point, just take out this doggo, I suppose. Creepy Salome. Thank you, monkey. You got rid of the weirdo. No, thank you, monkey. You did far too much damage to, Mori. Dude. That should be NP. It's just a matter of him surviving this round. Any of the Berserker rounds is gonna be painful. Okay. Now, you are single target. Okay. And Doot. This should hopefully be enough. Fingers crossed this is enough, otherwise it's a redo, and I don't like doing the redos. First time seeing his NP when he's not an NPC support. The air above the monkey. So the monkey had a stand. Very clearly, that monkey had a stand of some sort. Alright, another one bites the dust. Berserker. Lancers, so weakest of the sabers. We're starting to get into the point where I have to be choosing my leveled servants, and in fact we are at that point now. Okay. Sabers. Lily. We'll use Saber Lily first. She is not, without a doubt, the weakest of all my sabers. And archers. the weakest of the archers. Okay. Let's go! But honestly, I don't think that leveling up everybody would have made too much of a difference, given the, you know, composition of my parties this far. Maybe. I don't know. It's possible it could have. Alright, it is now a Lily solo. Journey of the Flowers EX. AQA. Okay, that should be NP. And go. Excuse me. Well done, Lily. Well done. And a seed. Five more blazes. Okay. Seba. Seba means Acha. Paris will be our archer to choose. And then we want lancers. Weak lancers. Let's go, Paris. Let's go. Well, Paris is hilarious. Sorry that you had to go like that, Gareth. I truly, truly am. Okay, only 15% charge. What's up, J6? You have spoken my name, let your voice be heard. Single target. BQ. Try to get the solar crap down. And then, after attacking with sheeps all the time, bring out the frickin' cannon. Okay, get that evasion now. And... sure. You did something. Oh boy. I hope it was not something bad. It was not something bad, was it, J6? First proper time using him. Such a cool NP. And this is pretty much game, set, match next turn. Okay. There are many images online. The internet is a vast place. Interesting. Weird, to say the least. And that's from Crunchy. That's certified by Crunchyroll, is it? Well, I really don't know what to say about that. We need a caster here. Media. And then bring some riders. Okay, I am officially out of low-tier unleveled riders. So, start bringing in the berserkers. You do you, man. You do you. What? Actually, I'm kind of curious as to what the responses are. If there's anything. Focus. Let's get rid of this robot here first. Seems like the replies are generally positive. That's always good. But you know, you're now officially married to J6, so congratulations! I'm sorry I didn't get you a wedding gift? That's something that's done, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's something that people do. Okay, so middle robot is done. I believe so. To be fair, I have not been to a wedding for a long while, so I would not know. NP game, that's... The debuff thing is not really the thing. Admire the fleece and restore HP. That's hysterical. It's a shame there's no, like, admire the fleece buff or something. That would be appropriate. Okay, 1023. That is decidedly odd, because I went to a ton of those when I was growing up. Yeah, I know. It's just hysterical that it is quite literally admire the fleece, as in the description line for the skill, is what I'm saying. Alright, so this robot should be done. Or not. Surprising. Media is not as strong as I gave her credit for. I suppose I could have used the NP buff thing to guarantee it, but... It's fine. We've got this regardless. BAQ. Fair and understandable. I mean, I guess it's because my extended family is so big. I suppose that's probably why I went to a lot growing up. You know? And 5 more 4-star blazes. 15th. So this one is going to be a little bit tougher than the norm if the pattern holds true. I don't have any archers in that ranking anyways, so I guess we'll tap into a 4-star archer a la Emiya. And then just start grabbing some lancers. Hector and... Hector and Fion. There we go. This should be fine. Or Diamond. Yeah. But I still have a ton of friggin' servants left, surprisingly enough. I figured at this point I would be much less in the way of servant numbers, but I guess I just have a lot more than I thought. Yeah, I haven't worn a suit in years myself, so I'm not a fan. They're very much too stuffy. If I could get away with it, I would wear shorts in the winter, but it's a little too cold for that, and I don't like feeling cold, so. I really should have done a count as to my servant numbers here. I also definitely did not need to pad the stream out by leveling up Bedivere at the start of stream. And in complete honesty, that might end up causing the stream to go over because I padded the stream. Good knowledge to know for next time. Good knowledge to know for next time. Casual's your favorite? Scoo, fancy, formal, or fancy? I mean, I do quite enjoy casual clothes as well, but some of those button-up shirts... No, I leveled up Bedivere on stream, J6. Bedivere was leveled up at the very beginning of stream. And I accidentally... I padded out the event. I padded out the stream by doing that, because I thought that I would run through things a lot more quickly. Yeah, the 4 minutes late is because I didn't update FGO beforehand. And it occurred to me, like, before I was about to launch the stream, oh shoot, I bet with the Amazonas event, FGO has a software update, so I should probably update the software. And it turned out it did. 20 more blazes. Alright. So, Berserkers are the enemies. At this point, we're starting to run low on options, so X, gonna give it to you. Cat and Fran. Okay. If anybody could get a quick count of my remaining servants from that quick flash of the screen, that'd be appreciated. Monstrous pirates again. Buster crits. It's hilarious how even a level 1 Berserker can crit for 3,000 damage. Oh, that's awesome. Alright, so now it's XX alone. Invincibility, special attack. Okay, so that's nothing really. We can generate NP from this one. And actually might be able to get full lethality for next turn. Theoretically, we should actually have full lethal. Attack. Some stars. Not necessary. And do that. And do it. First time seeing XX's NP proper. What are you using Melt for? Another floor thing? The 20th floor or something? Have you already progressed that further faster than me? Oh, the floor I'm doing. Interesting. Wait, are you keeping... You're keeping pace with me. Oh no. You're keeping pace and... But wait, you started before me. Writers. So, we want assassinos. Sanson. Cool. And then we also want casters. So, Shengong and Giles. Forwards, march! I gotta actually kind of pick up the pace because I don't want to be going super long over stream time. Giant space bees. That is completely and utterly terrifying. Why did you have to put the image of a gigantic space bee in my head, game? Bye, Giles. Evil HP recovery. So, Sanson's skills are useless. Past couple days have been horrendous. Ouch. Well, hopefully things, you know, sort of turn around, man. Hopefully things get better. I won't inquire as to why the past few days were horrendous. All I will do is offer my condolences and hopes that it turns better. Oh, ooh. Yeah, frozen pipes. No running water. Yeah, no running water days are terrible. I've had to deal with that. Oh yeah, I've dealt with that in the past. More often than not, it was going across the street to the bathroom, going to a family member's house to take a shower, which was just like always awkward. I'm not gonna lie. I always felt awkward whenever it was, okay, we don't have water in the house, so we need to go to your aunt's house so that you guys can all take a shower for school in the morning. It's like, that's so weird to do, you know? I mean, yes, I know they're family, but it's still weird to shower or bathe in the house of somebody that you know. It's just weird. Casters, which means we bring in a writer and then more assassins, of which I have a ton of low-leveled assassins. You would use the dirty water from the dishes to flush the toilet. Makes sense. But yeah, I mean, I do suppose that pretty much all of North America is a bit under a cold snap at the moment, is it not? It is under a little bit of a cold snap, with even places like Florida getting some snow. But thankfully, and I'm not hiding where I live, because I have stated before, I live adjacent to one of the Great Lakes. For somehow, some way, where I live was like at the heart of the storm. That means we literally got no snow where I live. It was insane. Ushi is single target. Evasion, crit stars, nothing. Oh wow, I didn't realize that was that. Okay. Tomorrow, your favorite character from Unlimited Blade Works finishes the 50th floor. Gilgamesh finishes the 50th floor tomorrow? That's cool. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, Media. Why would you think Media's my favorite character? Honestly, Media is definitely underutilized. I will fully agree with that. Media is underutilized. And you know... Oh, Media's your favorite. Okay. You said your favorite, so that made me think that my favorite, or J6's favorite, when you meant to say my favorite character. Gotcha. Makes sense now, in the brain noodle. 19th floor is a archer, so we need a lancer. Proto-Coup. And bring the weaker sabers. I'm almost out of weak sabers. We're going to be tapping into our strong-only servants here soon. And the next floor is going to be another story chapter. But yeah, you know, it would be really... I know it's kind of a bit of a meme, I suppose, but, like, it'd be really cool if Nasu eventually one day redid Unlimited Blade Works, released it on Steam, and this time included routes, all the routes that he initially wanted, which was also a Media route, a Ilia route proper, a proper rider route, I think is what else I've heard. I can't really remember who else was supposed to get a proper route, though, in Unlimited Blade Works, but didn't. No, I've heard that there was supposed to be a Media route as well. I have heard that there was supposed to be a Media route. Because, I mean, when you think about it, it could be a route where, rather than Shiro summoning Saber, Shiro gets intercepted by Media or something, you know? Or, What's-His-Face saves Shiro, Media intervenes and decides, you know, and he dies or something because it's Ku and Gable or whatever, and Media has to be Shiro's servant or something. I can't remember the exact details of it. Single target. Okay. Target the gas balloon. This should be fine. Semantics. Semantics, you know? Yeah, I'm gonna Google it here while I'm fighting this fight. Fate, stay, night, planned routes. BAQ. So, yeah, there was definitely plans for an Ilia route that would have also included her maids. Hang on. There was also plans for a caster and rider route. Yep, there was plans for Ilia. At the very least, Ilia, caster, and rider had routes planned. A Medusa route would indeed be nice. I can agree with that. Hey, Destructive. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. How'by things, how'by things. Delicious, the Genius Patissier, and the Dangerous Sweets. So, Caster Berserker. We're gonna want an Assassin, then. And we're gonna want to take this seriously, so let's go ahead and bring... Gray. And then just bring more low-level Berserkers. Because, you know, they can fight. There we go. And now it's reading time! I feel like I'm going to make it past floor 30 without running out of servants to use. Yeah, Gil was definitely more awesome in Fate Zero than he was. Honestly, I don't know why, but I just like Gil as a character in general. I can see the Fate route Gil being kind of not that great of a character, but that's because he's, you know, very much too obsessed with Saber in that route. Just saying the least, but yeah. Just make sure I have everything straight. Madam Beauty, you're planning on coming along with Master and Miss CEO on deliveries from now on too, right? Of course, now that we're working together, Amazonas.com's lack of personnel is a matter of life and death to my company as well, so it behooves me to help resolve it. There's no telling when we may run into other challenges that will be difficult to overcome with the Amazon's usual modus operandi, so I'll be counting on help from Chaldean and Egyptian should the challenges emerge. Let me take a moment to now thank you for your help in advance. It is/will be greatly appreciated. Kire? Kire's kind of... I don't know. By the way, there's something else I wish to ask you about, madam. How did you know about our situation? Yeah, Kire... He's definitely a decisive character. He's got some cool combat scenes, but... I don't know. It is kind of intentional, but he feels kind of bland. As I told you before, Egyptian has excellent intelligence network, but now that we're partners, I suppose I can elaborate further. You may not be aware of this, but not too long ago, there were many rumors leaked in business circles about Amazonas.com's current circumstances. Foe? You mean that its employees went missing? Indeed, so once I confirmed their veracity, I decided to make the most of our opportunity. That's odd. My employees going missing is certainly a huge problem, but up until this collaboration, I never told anyone about it. I'm aware that any sign of weakness is exploited mercilessly, so I would never resort to asking for help, not even from the Galactic Police that have been the subject of so much gossip recently. In that case, I'd have to guess that someone else connected the incident leaked on the information on purpose. Makes sense to me, but of course, that begs the follow-up question, why would they do that? It could be someone with a grudge against Amazonas.com, fanning the flames of ire. You've made a lot of enemies thanks to our rapid growth, with no doubt more waiting in the wings. It is possible that Madam here was not the only one planning to use this opportunity to eliminate me, or to take control of my company via some other nefarious means. Which also means it's possible for some of our upcoming deliveries to actually be traps in disguise. So watch yourself, Soul. I mean, yeah, Kiritsugu definitely was bland. He definitely, you know, livened up to me when it came time for him to confront the Grail Mud, you know. That definitely set Kiritsugu's character, in my mind, as a pretty cool guy. Alright, this is where we'll find our next customer, the Sweet Witch. Her shop should be one of these buildings. It's about time you showed up. You're from Amazonas.com, right? Indeed we are. You must be the Sweet Witch, then. If you would sign here... Why would I sign for that when you're this late? I can't believe your nerve. Late? What are you talking about? What else could I be talking about? I needed those pancake ingredients yesterday, but you're only just showing up with them now. I even left a note when I made my order that I needed them no later than yesterday because today is a special day. I see. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience. Just give me a moment to check the order slip. My Pancake Cafe, Lily's psychedelic house of pancakes, is a staple of a community. I spent years scraping by, painstakingly doing everything I could to earn the locals' trust. I thought all my hard work had finally paid off when they agreed to hold a birthday party for the children at the local orphanage at my cafe today, only to have my dreams shattered when the ingredients I was counting on failed to arrive on time. Aw. Poor Lily. I don't think I'll ever forget the look on that lady with the cat ears face for as long as I can live. Now the only thing I can do to forget my troubles is to send out a fantastical curse that makes a random person within 10 light years radius turn into a pig unless they eat some pancakes at least once a week. Wow. That's a very specific curse there, Media. That is a very specific curse. So it's more like an act of terrorism than a way to forget your troubles. Don't be ridiculous. It's an expression of love. Love? I have a strong feeling that violates several intergalactic unfair competition prevention laws. That's a cute, adorable way to forget my troubles. Anyway, what took you so long? Why didn't you forget sooner? A cute and adorable way to forget about your troubles. Yes, I'm just gonna curse somebody to have to eat my food or they'll be a pig. Saber, Kiritsugu, and Eri were the worst characters of Zero, in my honest opinion. Nothing really to like them outside of Eri's design. Hey, you have to admit, Saber had a slick design in that suit, you know. Saber looked slick AF in that suit. I'm afraid you're mistaken. We haven't missed the delivery window at all. Huh? That can be right. Well, more accurately, we did miss the date specified in your original order, but we also sent you an email letting you know we would miss the original delivery window, and you said you were fine with that. Don't give me that nonsense. I never said anything of the sort. Let me double check. Yes, it's all right here. We sent you an email apologizing that your delivery was behind schedule and asked if you would be okay with a later delivery date. And you replied with, sure, totally fine with me, I'm good whenever. Which means you were not late at all. Huh, I never sent an email saying that. I don't know. This email doesn't sound like something sweet which would say to me either. If it's Abby or Paul, then the curse will not work. True. Very, very true. You wouldn't agree that the suit and tie Saba is slick looking, J6. Why is that? I'm afraid this appears to be an unfortunate result of miscommunication on your part, and circumstances beyond our control on ours. Fortunately for your future orders, we also have a premium subscription service that should be perfect for you. For a small monthly fee, this ultra-lux user-friendly service offers free next soul shipping on most orders. You don't get me with the shipment, just to clarify. J6 hate... they both hate Saber. Okay. I suppose that is understandable. What about Salter? With the option of free same soul, you don't get me with these. Shipping in select areas. Foe. I already told you I never sent an email like that, and I don't care about subscription services either. Alright, that does it. Oh, you took and signed for your package in less than a second. Now, there's my idea of a model customer, but I assure you there's no need to rush confirm its contents. You'll never get an order who... Wrong. Take this and this and some of this. Sweet magic. Oh, please be careful. Senpai, I'm picking up a sudden threat reading. Pancakes. What are those? Those are my most popular pancakes, the ones I couldn't sell thanks to the opportunity you cost me. So since I couldn't sell them to the orphanage, I'm going to sell them to all to you instead, whether you want them or not. Don't worry, they've all got the sweet witch seal of deliciousness. My, at first I thought you were just another entitled customer. I'm impressed you have the gall to try pushing your own business on us. Unfortunately for you, we are both seasoned CEOs, so of course we know how to fight back against such pushy salespeople. I'm reminded of a saying that seems to be especially fitting for this occasion. You come at the CEO, you best not miss. You don't hate Salter as much. There's nothing really that catches your eye attention about Artoria outside of X and XA, even as I'm watching the OG FSN. Okay. Fair is fair is fair. Only Artoria you like is Castoria, and that's because you read Lost about 6. Wait. J6. Are you saying that you don't like XA? And yeah, Lily is very, very dangerous. Media Lily is a danger. As evidenced by this demon god pillar turned pancakes. Why do I feel like yeah, I brought the wrong class of servant. I don't know why I brought an assassin to a caster fight. I really do not know why I brought an assassin to a freaking caster fight. Yeah. I need a rider. To be specific, Astolfo. Come and join. Indeed it is. XA and X are life, but I'm a Star Resort, and XA loves coffee as much as you do. Don't forget sweets. XA is a sweet maniac. Plus, you know, she has the Infinity Gauntlet, so... yeah. XA is probably one of the most powerful servants in all of Fate. So, yeah. Don't mess with XA, essentially. Well, that wasn't too good of a roll. I was hoping for a full MP bar there, Astolfo. That's still not a full NP bar, Astolfo. Please do not make me have to do this another round. Charisma, heal. Doot. +1 to the banana. The banana. I must find the banana in this list now. Give me a moment to find the banana. Probably go... Doot. Where is the banana? Where can she be? There is the banana. At level 30 was she. Drag her up. Careful. There we go. Banana is now rank 6 in the rank up orders. Oh no. Pancakes, no. Bad pancakes, bad. Bad pancakes, do not kill. Okay, thank goodness the pancakes did not kill. And yeah, that makes sense for why Astolfo did not win. That does indeed make sense for why Astolfo did not win with his skill there. But he won anyways, so good on you, Astolfo. Good on you. Battle finished. And some dust. I need the dust, after all. Gotta get that dust. Alright, now is Medea going to join our, Is Medea the Patissier going to join us in our CEO adventures? I guess I just couldn't compete when it comes to sheer capital. All I ever wanted was to bring a smile to everyone's face. To have everyone become addict, obsessed with the hopes and dreams of my pancakes inspire. Yeah. Just like the cute little piggies having a little party up behind the cafe. Piggies, sweet witch. Yes. Just taking a wild stab at the Yame here, but do you happen to have a partner who runs the cafe with you? Why, yes, of course I do. The Dragon Tooth Warriors are too busy with sales to give me a hand in the cafe, so my auntie Kekion always helps me. Oh, no. Oh, poor Cersei. Why, Cersei? Why? Oh, poor Cersei. Poor Cersei. The neighborhood piglets were crowding around me, so much I practically had to beat them off with my staff again. Pats and hugs daughter Medea Lily. Yeah, Medea Lily is a decent daughter figure, indeed. A nice Mandrakar bro solo. But I guess I can't blame them, seeing as how I am Doc Kekion, the genius caster of the century who discovered Haikion particles. Something wrong? Auntie, did you happen to send an email from my account without asking me? How many times do I have to tell you to call me Auntie? I prefer kick-ass Kaikion lady. Anyway, get a load of this, sweet witch. I was just as furious as you were when the Amazonas.com sent that email saying the ingredients would be late. But that was before I saw they'd also sent us gift packages by way of apology, so I immediately sent them a reply letting them know we were happy to wait. Incidentally, the Amazonas.com gift package contains an assortment of self-multiplying konjac dumplings and tapioca. Both types of goods can be compressed to an impressive degree without permanent deformation. So I made sure to already send it ahead via email *X priority envelope. So you're the reason my pancake ingredients were late, Auntie. In that case, I think it's only right you make it up to me by turning into pancake ingredients yourself. Huh? How's that follow? Yeah, she might be a bit of a ham. No talk. No back talk. Oh, hey, settle down. There's still some konjac dumplings left if you want some. I already used up all the tapioca and the kaikion I had for lunch, but at least you can still have the konjac in the milk tea or something, right? I hate you, Auntie. Aw, poor Medea and Cersei. Something the matter? Bravo! Oh boy, how is she gonna wrap him? What's this about? You showed exemplary outside-of-the-box thinking when you thought to turn your setback into an opportunity, as well as superb initiative in immediately executing on it. And above all, your pancakes are delicious. I've always found sweets to be utterly useless things, yet even I myself found myself moaning in pleasure upon trying one. TMI there, Penth. Really? Well, thank you. And based on how good I now feel, I surmise they also brim with nutrients. It would be a great waste to let such an excellent sweet language here in obscurity. So I'd like to make you a proposal. Would you be willing to sell your pancakes through Amazonist.com? With our market reach, I can all but guarantee they will sell like hotcakes extremely well throughout the galaxy. But what about... It is freshness you're concerned about, then worry not. Our delivery system's express shipping can deliver them anywhere in the galaxy before their sell-by date. I'm afraid a lot of that went right over my head, but I do get that this is one of those cases where one door closes and another window opens or something else, right? Basically, you like my pancakes so much that you will make a deal with me even though we were just fighting, yes? Perhaps that's the sort of business acumen I should be learning from. Of course it is. After all, I'm not CEO for nothing. Oh, does this mean my little oopsies all water under the bridge now? Run! You think? Well, in that case, what would you say to taking this chance to run away with me? You'll pass? That's so. Well, fine. I don't need you anyway. Between studying Kaikion particles and helping get the pancake cafe, my life is already plenty fulfilling. I knew there's something about her that kind of reminds me of me. Don't worry about the contract. I'll be happy to take care of that. When I'm done, you'll have the most fair, impartial, and perfectly beautiful legal document you could find anywhere. What did you say? What? Hey, put that down. Put that Morningstar down. We'll never get anywhere if you keep throwing us off track. And what's with the logic here? Nobody's allowed to use that word even isn't referring to her. Generally, no. Well, that's going to be most inconvenient, Bo. That's what the word stands for, as well as spreading it throughout the galaxy is my life's work. But very well, I suppose I'll just use a substitute term from now on. In that case, don't worry. I'll drop a contract with the most BP you've ever seen. That sounds wonderful, yay. This will be my first step in my plan towards pigifying everyone in the galaxy. I'm not sure what the BP abbreviation means or what the goal entails, but I'm glad to see we've reached a consensus. Oh yes, by the way, do you have any pancakes that are especially nourishing? If yes, could I order a large batch of those to be delivered to our relaxation facilities before we proceed? I think they would be a great boon in helping my employees recharge and refuel. Of course I do, and it would be my pleasure, though I will charge you full price. Adding those to the cafeteria. I'm sure they're not going to cause any problems at all. So who's it going to be this time? Meanwhile... Maeve. I don't believe it. This is better than I was expecting. My skin is so smooth and I mean, of course my body's always been completely perfect in every conceivable way, but it feels like it's even more so now. I've never seen any of these cosmetic items before, and their labels all say weird things like, uses galvanized artorium particles to permeate the intricacies of your skin. So I have no idea how any of them work, but they definitely do. All the servants are being exposed to servant-verse stuff. Go on, give them a shot. There's nothing to lose since they're free, and there's so much to gain. Scotty, yes! The ship continues. No, I don't. We have every right to use this new spa room they just installed. No, that's not just right. It's our duty, damn it. I still don't like that I have to use my chariot to carry packages, especially when everyone knows it's supposed to be reserved just for good-looking guys. I mean, I'll do it if that's what Master wants, but I refuse to do it for nothing. Unfortunately, these cosmetics have turned out to be the perfect reward. There's no reason to be shy about receiving our due compensation. Every beautiful person is obliged to try and become more beautiful after all. I won't disagree. You are certainly free in your opinion, but I have no interest in such things for myself. Honestly, I do not really see the point in them. You don't see the point? Are you kidding me? See, Skaha, this is your whole problem. You don't have the faintest idea who you really are. You've totally got the goods where it counts, but you don't even know what they are, which is honestly kind of attractive in its own right. Even she admits she's attractive. But the point is, you've got prime material to work with, and it's only right to work with them even more than you are. In fact, I insist upon it. I can't stand things such good assets go to waste. Calm down, Maeve. I don't know what you're talking about, but I think I'm just gonna go get some ice cream, and if it's ice cream you want, I'll buy you all you can eat later after you come with me to the spa room. Now, come on. Yep, Scotty. Poor Scotty is innocent, but I ship it so hard. Except that, Maeve, not everyone has the same taste as you, right? Encouraging people to try new things is fine, but forcing them isn't. Lady Boudica's right, Lady Maeve. Some excel at holding a fan and dancing with grace, while others excel at wearing armor and riding a horse. Haven't ridden a steed out that far in quite some time. It's tiring. Still, it's good kind of tiring. I've forgotten how much I enjoy horseback riding. Yes, there's nothing like riding a horse out in the open field without a care in the world. It does make you work up quite the appetite, though. Would you like to join me for some meat dumplings before we get back out? Okay, that does it. You're all coming with me. Then you better be in the mood to learn, because I'm going to teach you everything I know about beauty regimens. Huh? Where's this coming from? I've noticed for a while now how you all still reek of widow. Oh! By that mean I can tell you've let yourselves go beauty-wise because you've already been married. Honestly, it's been bothering me since forever. Haven't you ever noticed how Kiyohime and Tamomo head to the spa room every chance they get in between deliveries? You could all learn a thing or two from them. Though you don't have to copy the creepy way they go around grinning and saying things like, "Now Master will finally be mine." Anyway, case in point, you get back from a battle or horseback ride or whatever, and the first thing out of your mouth is about dumplings. You're not children anymore, damn it. You're a mature adult woman and you should look at you. Your hair is covered in dirt and grime. In fact, yours too, Boudica. And Tomoe. Alright, the spa room can wait. You'll need a bath first. Let's see, I remember where the aroma oils at the spa room, too. Fine, I'll go with you and teach you exactly all you need to desperately know about your skincare. Thanks, but no thanks. We're fine with just a regular bath. Yeah, honestly, I don't really get what all those beauty products are supposed to do anyway. I swear, this is the whole problem with you soldier types. Listen, as women, our bodies are key weapon, which means we need to be kept tip-top shape. After battle, do you just wipe your sword with an old rag and call it a day? No, you sharpen it, right? Any weapon you don't keep in good shape is no weapon at all. Oh no, she's speaking sense to them. That was much more profound than I expected. Indeed, I can't think of any good comeback to that. Maeve is a manipulative bee. I felt that profoundly deep down in my own soul as well. To be honest, I still have no idea what's going on to the spa room entails, but I do understand that Lady Maeve is trying to share her core truths with us. As a warrior, it's only right to accept her goodwill head-on. As you wish, Lady Maeve, I will follow you. Alright, I'm gonna pass on the spa, but I was thinking I could use a bath anyway. In for a penny, in for a pound, I suppose. Just make sure you remember my ice cream. Oh gosh. All of them are being corrupted by Maeve. That's a terrifying thought. We get a quartz and 2 black beast grease and another recreation room. As well as our first therapeutic spa CE, which I will gladly take. Anna and Gorgon. A very, very nice CE. Relaxation facility, a place where exhausted warriors assemble to recover. Any resentment felt during the day dissolves in the hot water, and the hands that comb through their hair reminds them of their days far ahead and beyond. By the way, why would you, of all people, be the one combing my hair? Are you trying to see how to best cut through my neck? No, I could not simply stand to let your hair run wild any longer. How in the world were you raised to become this crude, domineering, and indolent person you become today? Honestly, this is unbelievable. You should do your entire life over again. This doesn't seem to be the right time to point out that they're saying misfortune falling onto all? Oh, that's irony. But I like that CE. The dessert bar has been added to the relaxation facility and floor 21. I'm going to start speaking faster and focusing more on this because I have so many more servants to still go through. And I don't want to be going... I'm probably only going to be able to go for another half an hour before my throat starts to give out and I start to have to get ready for work the next day. So Archer is needed. I got a lot of Archers. Adelante. And we'll bring along low-tier Lancers, or rather, low-leveled Lancers. Low-leveled Lancer, and also the CE, Therapeutic Spa. Let's go! In CJ6, everything is going fine in the event. Nothing weird is happening to every single servant or anything like that. It all makes complete and total sense. Nah. Maeve's just corrupting a bunch of the female warrior spirits to see things in her way. You know? Nothing wrong with that. Crit gather rate is probably fine here. B8QQ should guarantee us an NP. See, the thing is, though, is sadly, MASH cannot go on deliveries because the Ortonax is currently inoperable. So MASH is stuck as the secretary position, you know? MASH is stuck in secretary position right now. So she cannot be corrupted in that matter. Melt is vain AF, J6. Melt is incredibly vain. She's also made of water and can make herself look like whatever she wants, so Melt is fine. Heck, Melt is probably worse than Maeve, I would guess. You know. Aresh would probably become too much of a blushing mess to try any of the things that Maeve suggests. Alright, we want to bring low-level archers now. We're bringing Salter along for the ride. You know, she also has Rin in her. Aresh does. So I have a feeling that she'll probably be fine. Wait on the Star of Twilight. But yeah, Aresh will be fine. After all, she's had to deal with Ishtar, you know. She has had to deal with Ishtar. Plus, she wouldn't be drawn in by the whole warrior thing, after all. Ereshkigal is not think of herself as a warrior. She thinks of herself as a goddess first. So she would not be corrupted, in other words. That was Maeve using the right line at the right time. True enough, true enough. That was indeed Maeve having a way with words, but she was a queen, you know. So it's not too surprising that she has a way with words. Alright. Next turn is the final turn of this round. As Salter will blast. Mana Burst, Charisma, and Excalibur Morgan. And before you ask, Jalter is too much of a Chuny to be corrupted. And XA is kind of too lazy. Heck, I would not be surprised if XA literally would only get the benefits from the dessert bar as far as the things go. Actually, you know what? Hang on. So, we don't have to... I know we don't have to worry about Mash, Melt, and Aresh, because they would already go to the spa room. Yeah, see? Aresh, both Melts, Kama as well. Jalter as well. And Mash all automatically are happy with the spa room. So, they would not be corrupted by Maeve because they would already be there. Alright, we need riders. Marie. And then low-leveled assassins is Jean-Ki and you. Go! Faster! 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 I really do need to take count of how many servants I've got left, so I can get an idea of how many floors I could theoretically do. I forget, does Marie have an offensive NP, or is she... I don't recall if Marie is offensive with NP, or if she's defense. It's been a while since I've used her. She's offense! Okay, that's actually quite nice. Useless. Kind of useful. Kind of useful eventually, maybe. BAQ. Thankfully, because of Golden Sumo, she is hitting pretty decently. I might not even need the NP at this rate. Yeah, I don't think I'll need the NP. You know, I'll use the NP anyways, just because it'll quicken the pace by one turn. So yeah, next turn should be the final turn of this round. We'll just give her a little bit of an overcharge and blast her. It's also hilarious that her NP is Guillotine Breaker. Considering she was executed and all that. Kind of ironically hilarious. And he's Bond 1 now. Because I've totally been neglecting some of those servants that are lower rarity and such. Alright, and rider piece. Assassins. What floor is this? This is 24, so next one's going to be a harder one. Casters, then. So casters, nursery rhyme. And also bring in the weaker riders. I don't have any weaker riders. Okay, I guess bring in the random class ones then. A la Lobo and Astray. I feel like I could probably get through at least floor 40 with my current servant roster. Oh, we got NP for sure. Next turn. Don't think I've ever used Nursery Rhymes NP, though. So this will be a first. Crit strength, defense, nothing, and that's decent enough. So nursery is AoE. Okay, that might be game set match then. Fingers crossed. A fairly interesting NP, I will admit. Fairly interesting. Connecting. Why is it taking so long? There we go. Bond 1 with Astray. And away we go. Alright. So next one's going to be a little bit tougher. We get 10 more blazes. Okay, I'll take 10. 10 is nice. Rider. So again, it wants us to bring in an assassin. Or actually, this time, it wants us to bring an assassin. So we'll bring Gray in this time, give her a proper chance. And caster Mephi and caster Babbage. Let's go! We're picking up good pace at this point. We're picking up a pretty decently good pace at this point now. What the heck was that? Was that Babbage's intro thing? I've never heard Babbage's little introduction thing before. That was something. I did not expect that. To be completely honest, I did not expect my ears to be pretty much assaulted there. Alright, we should be fine from here. Well, Rongo Bongo on the next wave. Did you not hear Babbage's little introduction sound or whatever? Decent amount of stars. Alright. Capable Manager M. Oh, an attack debuff. That's just rude. Thankfully, I can cleanse that. Alright. And you are AoE. Doot, doot, doot. Well done, Gray. Well done. Okay, floor 25 done. If this stands true to the original Pagoda event, we're a quarter of the way done. Which is pretty good. 20 blazes. 26th floor is Bazookas. So, honestly, at this point, let's start going out there. We'll bring an Avenger in Celeri, and then Ruler, and then we got a lot of assassins, so we'll bring an assassin. Let's go! Celeri. This shouldn't be too hard of a one anyway. It should just be a one waiver. I'm gonna really regret it if there ends up being a Rider wave before too long. I mean, not really. I've got plenty of other Avengers, I suppose. Okay, so good to have. Meh. And meh. Actually, pretty good to use here, because that makes this a little bit stronger, aka more likely to get us NP 9. Also, Celeri, you are AoE, yes? You are, good. Well, I wonder what I'm gonna press. He's got some pretty cool looking attack animations, I'm not gonna lie. Almost makes up for the fact that I got him at NP like 20 something. One enemy defense decrease, do that to that one. And this should hopefully be game set match. Here, so do. An interesting enough NP. I'll say that much. Fairly interesting. And we got an octuple crystal. Three archer pieces, and another saber. Pretty sure I'm out of the weaker archers, so we're into our golden archers at this point. Nobu is the next one in line. Do we have no more weak lancers? We have a few. I'm about halfway through my servant repertoire at this point. I just have to decide for myself when I'm gonna call the stream at this point. Decisions, decisions, decisions. Oh no, the boars and Fiona. I forgot. Oh well. Fiona, you may die here. But that's the sacrifice I'm willing to make. Come on, Nobu, get NP! There we go. Nobu NP, and just do this, and we should be game set match for this round. Excuse me. No kill quite like overkill. And there we go. Archers. Just confirming, yep, no more low rarity Lancers, so we're in our golden Lancers at this point. So we'll go with you, and I have a last two of the low-level Sabers. Okay. I really do wonder how far I could get, really. If I just kept pushing how long I go. Salter or Lalter does not have an NP charge. Okay. She's also is she single or is she multi? I can't recall. I think she's multi. Yeah, she's AoE. Okay, and this might not be NP. Do this. Get more crits for a better NP gain. No real NP. At this point, I'm probably not going to even need NP to finish things off. Charisma, because it's 3 turns. BAQ. Yeah, I'm not even gonna need to NP. Well, that's cool, at least. But I'll do it anyways, because it's a cool NP. Go for the fashion points here. Or style points, rather. Flaunt the style on that weird computer thing. Here we go, another one bites the dust. 5 more blazes. 29th floor. Okay. Rider, we're going to need to make sure we do well this time, so we're going to bring in a stronger one of the proper class, which is Assassin. I forget, is Danzo AoE? Danzo is AoE, so bring Danzo along. And then bring along the low-level casters, of which we're starting to get into the gold low levels. Oh, there's literally only one other. Okay. Let's go, Danzo! So finish floor 30. Again, I don't know how far I want to push. So how far I push now does determine I suppose, where I'm gonna have to start from tomorrow. I think regardless, we might need 3 streams for it, though. Which is more than a little annoying. Because I'd hope to get it done in 2, maybe. But I suppose it's my own fault for stalling out the beginning by leveling up Betty. Okay, there's the Danzo NP I was hoping we would get. And a dragon. Crit star drop. Crit star drop. You know what? Super increase the crit star drop just in case we do not make it through. All of this thing is HP. Sounds like a good plan to me. Danzo is very much a support one, it seems, though. She knows a wind version of the Kamehameha. Okay, that looked pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, that looked pretty freaking awesome. Okay. Kind of anticipated that. But it's game set match this round. Well done, Danzo. Well done. Alrighty, we get a wing and some QP. And then from the 29th floor itself, we obtain Saber Monuments. Alright, 30th floor, danger, suspicious personnel warning. It is a caster tier enemy. We'll just bring Penth along as per usual. So caster, which means we bring in the riders. So, Martha. Martha should be fine. And bring in the low-level assassins. Oof. Ooh. Pop my elbow there. Our delivery backlog is being cleared out at a good pace. At this rate, it may not be much longer before the shipping system is back to its old self. No, first I must find my missing employees, or I will simply find myself back in the same situation. I cannot outsource my delivery operations to all of you forever, after all. Good question. You've been checking in with the Egyptian HQ periodically to see if the intelligences are anything new, but so far nothing. We have agents throughout the Servantverse, so I thought I would have heard something by now. Looking back, it's hard to believe that the initial blast of information pertaining to this incident even took place. Then it seems more and more likely that somebody leaked that initial information intentionally. I knew the bigger my company grew, the more ire would draw from my rivals jealous of our success. But I never imagined that one of them would use such convoluted methods. What could they be thinking? Hardly agreed. Manipulating other company into attacking a competitor when they're down. What a brilliant, elegant way to make trouble for a rival. And the best part is, you don't even have to get your own hands dirty. That doesn't mean I'm the one behind your employees' disappearance, mind you. Whoever this person is, I'm just admiring their handiwork. Focus on the job at hand, everybody. Indeed, these deliveries certainly aren't going to make themselves. Let's see, our next customer looks to be a company by the name of Cordality Inc. Temp Agency. This package needs to be delivered to the Employee Training Center. It should be right around here. Fofo. I can see a group of people over there. Perhaps that is the place. Blackbeard and Shengong. Looks like. Alarm bells. To be honest, I feel a sense of deja vu as well. I feel like I recognize that man, but I can't place him. Perhaps we met at a party. Whenever I dress up and go to a party without my husband, there is always no end of men kneeling before me and begging to let me kiss my feet. Maybe he was one of them. I don't know who he is, but first impressions care for those glasses, or that he's obviously never truly worked a day in his life. He seems to me as though he's simply trying to play up his intelligence. Well, if he thinks a pair of glasses is all it takes to look like an intellectual, he could not be more wrong. Oops, it would seem he is the customer for this delivery. Alright, CEO, you can do better than that. After all, one of the best things about Amazonist.com is how certain noble expectations aside, anyone anywhere can use it. Business is business. My personal preferences are not relevant to engaging with customers. Alright, time to plaster on my most winning saleswoman's smile and get to work. That's a smile. I'm so glad this day has finally arrived. You did well making it this far, registration number 9685. Thank you for everything you've done for me, teacher. Not gonna lie, as a guy who used to run around doing space piracy under the name Blackbeard Binks, your temp training program was really tough for me to get through. But now that I'm fully done, I'm finally get to be a full-fledged member of society. I can't wait. Now I won't have to spend every waking hour of my day running away from bounty hunters. Thank you so much for not giving up on me. Now, no more tears. This is more than just your graduation. It's the first day of a whole new life. Thank you, teacher. Though I never know why I had to stand so close as possible to those grenades to practice during explosions. Why would a temp like me need a skill like that anyway? Avoiding the question, now that you managed to withstand the difficult training, you should be able to handle any temp position at any company anywhere. They may be in administration, sales, development, management, or making tea. But whatever they are, and wherever you go, I guarantee you'll be the right person for the job. I only wish I could be there to see the magnificent fruits of your labors for myself. Ah, what a shame. Teacher, you really do care about me. Well, don't worry, I promise you I won't let you down. Indeed, be sure you don't, otherwise it will lead to some trouble. Well, it would seem congratulations are in order. Cordality's temp work database has already found the perfect company for you. Once we take care of the paperwork, we could begin work immediately. What do you say? Don't worry, it's very simple. All you have to do is sign away your rights, that is, the labor contract, and you're all set. Really? Sounds good to me. Then they're all signed and sealed. Fo. A temp agency? Something about this feels familiar. I just remembered. Egyptian's marketing department periodically sends me a blacklist of people not to do business with. That's where I've seen his face. The taxi company he runs, Cordality, is one of the most ethically questionable temp agencies in the Sapphire Galaxy. He operates it firmly in the gray zone, skirting the law without technically breaking it. In fact, I think he actually is a one-man in some star systems. He's been quasi-legally racking up huge profits by deceiving and brainwashing unwitting servant resources into working for other companies until they literally blow up. His name is Master Chen, though he's more commonly known by his terrifying alias, the Explosion. Should that be the Exploder? Don't ask me, I didn't make it up. Oh, and who might you be? I'm from Amazonist.com. Ah, yes, I did order something from you, didn't I? Just a moment, please. Stand. I still need to put the finishing touches on, that is, finish my new employee's graduation. Registration number 9685, now you are about to leave the company and set out into society. I have a little present for you, to commemorate the occasion. As someone who has been on a part of your new lease on life, even if it is only duration of your training, it's the least I can do to cheer you on here. Oh man, Teach, you've done more than me than I can ever pay you back for. Now you're going to give me a present too? I don't know what to say. It's quite alright, just say you'll take it. Well, if you insist, you're the best teacher. I'm so glad I got to meet you. Now listen closely. You are only to open this gift while at the company you're temping for, and only when things are looking truly dire. Do not open it under any other circumstances. If you ever find yourself in desperate straits with no hope of escape, the contents of the box will save you. For example, if you happen to see something you shouldn't have, or do something that the tyrannical company president will literally have your head for, and you wish there was a way to turn the tables on nearby black guys and blow them away, that is when I hope you will remember this box. Oh, and it will be especially effective if you can open it close proximity to said company president. Also make sure to absolutely never drop it, and be careful not to store it in moist, damp environments. Is that clear? You got it, Teach. It's obvious, it's a bomb! Are we sure this isn't Mephi? I know it, you're deceiving innocent pirates and exploring them for your own gain. Oh, now that's odd. I could have sworn I made a delivery out to Cordality, Inc. I didn't think Amazonist.com was so unprofessional as to violate its customers' privacy. Indeed, it's all the more egregious when considering that you regularly set foot into other people's homes by the nature of your mail-order business. I guarantee that we are in total compliance with all galactic privacy laws, and all personal information acquired in the course of performing our work duties is kept strictly confidential. However, just to confirm, we are Amazonist.com proudly accepts orders from all customers of all stripes. We draw the line at purchases we believe may have been made by criminals or may be used in criminal activities. Criminal, I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. Cordality is every bit of the up and up. Really, then how do you explain all the young workers that your agency deploys, who are trained to be working until they can no longer move before they ultimately end up exploding? You're mistaking the results of our process for our aims. At Cordality, we try to cultivate a strong work ethic and a fierce sense of loyalty in all of our associates. Yes, we have been so successful with some of them that they've ended up making the ultimate sacrifice to help their assigned company, but that was a choice they made of their own volition. All I can do is give our devoted associates one of these secret microwavable tools for when they decide to take matters into their own hands. That way, when it goes off, I can at least try to recoup my losses. What's wrong with that? Do you really need to ask? Employees are the most precious resource a company has. Business models like that are only feasible when the company lacks any sense of ethics or responsibility, and quite frankly, your choice to use it also strikes me as one profoundly lacking in creativity or innovation. Oh, that's quite an accusation from someone whose own company is currently suffering from a dearth of employees. What did you just say? So you've heard about what's going on at Amazonist.com too. Indeed, I have. You see, I didn't make this order just to have an item I needed delivered. No, my true goal was to make you a proposal. I was hoping you might consider using some of Cordeli's hardest-working new associates to bolster your company's ranks during this time of need. Of course, you are the up-and-up CEO of Amazonist.com who has grown your own company at a truly astonishing rate. So I trust you can understand why I figure making an order would give me a better opportunity to talk business with you. The matter of obtaining an appointment with you is no easy feat, after all. Also, you want me to employ the workers you've trained as delivery people? That's right. Absolutely not. Love it. No hesitation. Do you truly think I would jump at such a proposal? I understand that labor has taken numerous forms as of late, and that temp workers are one of them. However, temp workers are also bringing a host of problems, temp problems, essentially. Problems that have to do with how temp workers are treated, I think. At any rate, it's a crucial issue, and one I take very seriously as the CEO of my company. Your point being, the one thing I can say for certain is that trust is essential. As a matter of fact, Amazonist.com is currently working hand-in-hand with our very first outsourcing partner. It may appear similar to employing temp workers at a glance, but I only made this decision because I trusted Soul and his companions. Suffice to say, trust is a key priority to anyone we choose to work with, and I do not trust you one bit. So I have no interest in your proposal, regardless of how much you may help your workers might be. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Come now. Think about it. Surely you could use all the help you can get right now, no? I can provide you with the ideal employee, the kind who works hard, keeps their heads down, and never complain. Furthermore, I can guarantee they would be gladly show their difficult customers making unreasonable complaints some literal fireworks. But of course, they would never do so in any way that would reflect poorly on your company. If anything, they would only reinforce your dominance over the intergalactic home shopping market. After all, word would spread that the refusal to accept a package from Amazonist.com resulted in the refuser, say, haha, blowing up. Well, I imagine you would soon see a very sharp decrease in refusals, indeed. The home delivery industry does not get enough respect as it is, so instilling customers with the right moral incentives should help. Really, it's about time the Sapphire Galaxy as a whole began a new season, in my opinion. As for me, all I ask in return is to provide you with such valuable employees as reasonable compensation for the time I spent training them. Indeed, the more I think about it, the more I think such an arrangement would be nothing but upside for both of us. Truly, this is exactly what I would call a win-win. Oh my, that was close. Try to argue the merits of your position all you want. You're still nothing more than a worm trying to take advantage of us in a moment of weakness. You clearly need a lesson in ethics. Unfortunately for you, my Morningstar and I specialize in teaching the school of extremely hard knocks. Yes, honestly, I don't think anyone needs a delivery person literally blowing up on the job anyway. Yeah, that tends to be a bad thing. Tends to be a bad thing. My throat is getting stupidly dry here at this point. Okay. Mr. Chen and registration numbers. Scapegoats. Oh, freaking target focus is gonna be a pain. I should have anticipated this from Chen Gong. Go like this. Good, you got the NP regardless. So NP should be more than enough to destroy the registration numbers. Remove the debuffs. And charge! Go, Martha, go, Martha, go. Go, Martha, go, Martha, go. Mr. Chen survived, surprisingly. Prepare detonation. I kind of wonder if he would just destroy himself with his NP, since he has no other targets. Oh, there's more! I should have looked at the number of enemies there was total. I would have realized that there was still more. We'll be fine. Oh yeah, we're perfectly fine. This should be game, set, match for Chengdong. Yep. So there goes Mr. Chen. And if it's still going to make us fight, which it will, we have NP next turn to finish them off. So, Alright, I think I'm going to make it to, I don't know, I kind of get a good count on how many servants I have left, to be completely honest, before I make a decision of how much further I'm going to go. Because if I can get an idea of how many deliveries I'll be able to get done tomorrow, I think. Because we have enough to get through 30 deliveries. We know that much. Worry not, Amazonas.com will never make deals with violent criminals. You don't seem to be overusing your violence yourself. Senpai as your kohai, I could care more or less what you're thinking about right now. And I think now is probably not a good time to say it. Considering that everything under the sun transpirates at the moment it's about to burn out, I truly thought Amazonas.com was now at its last legs. But it seems I was a bit hasty in coming to that conclusion, so I think I'll withdraw for today and spend some time thinking about what I've learned. Of course, if you would ever like to discuss business again, I'm always happy to oblige. Smokescreen. Hold up, we still need to turn you over to the Galactic Police. Just answer me one thing, are you the one behind my employee's disappearance? Ghost No Cordelity is but a humble temp agency. We're not in the business of poaching talent from other companies. When word that they were missing first reached the underworld, I did put out some feelers in the hope of finding some disgruntled Amazons to recruit, but it was to no avail as there was neither hide nor hair of them to be found anywhere. I suspect that either someone with very deep ties to the servant versus underworld was involved in their disappearance, or, well, my experience has reached the point of diminishing returns before I could dig up anything deeper into the alternative. Suffice to say that when I was decided to abandon my info-gathering pursuits and try the direct approach, but of course, we all know how that panned out. What a great opportunity cost this has been. Oh well, a lesson for the future, I suppose. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I really must be on my way. He's gone. While you don't see many villains as forthright as him nowadays, it doesn't seem like he protected my employees. Yeah, he doesn't strike me as a liar, but I would never do business with him. Foo-foo! Huh? Where'd the teacher go? And where do I find my new workplace? This agency has been settled. Sunset, Mr. Chen will not be returned. You're free to forge your own destiny, pirate. What but the whole reason I wanted to become an office slacker in the first place was because I didn't want to have to figure out that stuff for myself. True, it would be all too easy to simply leave you with a single word of advice. But as a first-class CEO of this corporation, I have more words of wisdom I can share to help enterprising young people like yourself advance in life. So listen up, for the truth I'm about to give you right now will give your life much greater direction than that purple-haired weasel's lie ever could. Yeah, okay, lay it on me. It all comes down to just one word. Muscles. Even if you think I'm full of it, just train your muscles well and they'll be one of the few things in life that will never let you down. Well-trained muscles will invigorate your appetite, improve your health, focus your mind, land you a job, and find you friends. And this I'm absolutely certain. Indeed, there are numerous reasons as to how I became a CEO, but my muscles were a core component. So get jacked, everybody, if you want to have a good life, apparently. According to Penth, at least. Or my bad, the Amazonas CEO. Really, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but our relaxation facilities also contain the best gym you'll find on this side of the Sapphire Galaxy. I strongly urge you to pay it a visit if you should ever find yourself tired of making deliveries. It'll help you solve just about any problem you may have. So you're saying if I work out a lot, I can become a CEO. And once I become CEO Swolebeard, I'll finally have girls falling over me, something like, yeah, check out the hot space pirate over there. Is that really what you want, Beardy? Well, it would be easy for me to squash the dream here. Now I will instead say that the future holds endless possibilities, young pirate. But if you should ever find yourself lost and lacking direction once again, read my autobiography, now in the second printing, and it will help you get back on track. Farewell! Her autobiography, huh? All that said, if I'm going to start a harsh workout, I think I'd enjoy it a little bit more as a space pirate than a guy just pumping space iron. Yeah, that's the ticket. I'm going to take a page out of that bad guy's playbook and start a space pirate franchise where fellow outlaws can enjoy exercising and making a killing. I'm going to be rich. Wait, isn't that just a pirate guild? I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this plan. It's not a pirate guild, Blackbeard. So, meanwhile, no extra buffs this time. Interesting. Dessert focus? This pressure is intense. How are you holding up, Cat? The kitchen focus. It's all paws on deck here, and there's not nearly enough paws to go around. Well, at least I can say there's never a dull moment. Woof. You guys keep cooking. I'll keep the rice coming. Here you go. Order up. 1 curry combo. Let's see. Next I've got to make... Oh, there are even more orders than before. I'll get started right now. Brave warriors like me are supposed to be greeted with banquets thrown in honor wherever we go. So why do I have to subject myself to the humiliation of waiting in line? You're all lucky I outside Heracles had to clear the way for me, damn it. Quit your belly aching, new blondie. New blondie. You think I don't want to get rid of everyone and make off with all that yummy looking food for myself? Of course, as an Oni, I probably should do that, but the red guy won't make me any more sweets. What a good girl she is, especially for an Oni. Seriously, what's the holdup? I've been waiting for what feels like forever. Can't you make it any faster? I'll be ready when it's ready, Lancer. If you're tired of waiting in line, then either get in here and help us out, or go show off that fancy running form I've heard so damn much about. I've been running. What do you think I'm so famished? I'm telling you, it ain't easy being a part of the ground troops. If only I could bring my chariot here. Well, check it out. They got pancakes here now. Oh my, that sounds scrumptious. What's this? Lady providing herself made this curry. I may be the avatar of Vishnu, but I absolutely have to try that. Curses, I can't believe how far this line stretches on, but if it means having a taste of Lady Pravati's homemade curry, it's a way I'm willing to endure. Food! This stuff is the horse's hooves, I mean the bee's knees. There's nothing tastier than a good carrot. Just one of these is enough to let me run for 10,000 li. And unlike that huge line over there, this area is entirely buffet style, so I don't have to wait. That being said, looking at everyone else here, I can't deny that my diet has been lacking a little bit in variety. And since I'll no doubt need to have a job again, seeing as I've been one of Chaldea's star runners and all, I should probably try something new that will give me even more energy. Oh, what's the consequence of this gonna be? Excuse me, good sir, but might you have any form of carrot dish on your menu? Because I think that such a dish could help me run even faster than usual. Oh, it's you. I wish I could help out, but we're too short-handed to whip anything carrot-based right now. I could always chop up one and stir-fry it for you, but I'm pretty sure that's not what you had in mind. Wait, hang on, I think we might have just gotten something in our last supply drop. Here we go, Galactic Carrot Pancakes. Want to give them a shot? Galaxy of Carrot Pancakes? Yep, I don't know if someone foresaw this kind of thing happening, or what, but it even labeled safe for humans and horses alike. I am Lubu, obviously, so the host part doesn't apply to me, but yes, I should definitely like to try some. Oh, Lubu. I mean, red hair. Alright, let's see what these Galaxy Carrot Pancakes taste like. Holy horsey, I mean, moly. This definitely is the same great carrot taste I know and love, but it's fluffy pancakes. What a revelation. I could eat these forever, run forever, be Lubu forever. Oh man, I have to tell the others about these right away. Let's see, there's Lord Bucephalus, Lord Dunstallion, Lady Lamaria, Lord Bailong, Lord Kyogoku, Lord Bayard, Lord Prince of Lonling's friend, whose name I forgot to ask, Lord Pegasus. These pancakes' deliciousness is going to shake the whole horse industry, something fierce. I have no doubt that any horse who eats these will be able to gallop across the open plains several times more powerfully than before. Huh? Oh, I don't mean me. I'm not a horse after all. I can feel the power coursing through Lubu's veins. I'll be able to attack my next delivery within 10 times more power than usual. Don't try to stop me. All that's left now is hit the road. Maybe I'd better double check the ingredients on these pancakes. Oh, Emiya. You're stopping at floor 69. I'm probably going to have to be stopping soon myself. Because honestly, my voice is starting to go. I just need to see how many servants I haven't used just yet before I make that decision. Another therapeutic spa. Alright, so the gym, actually. Okay, so how many do I still have to go? Let's see. Each row is 3 6s. 8 servants, so 8, 16, 24, 32, 40, 48, 56, 64, 72, 80, 88, 96, 105 servants left to go. So very theoretically, that is divide 105 by 3, 30... 2-ish more floors, so 32-ish floors combined with the floors that I've done now, so I can pretty much do 60-ish floors in the course of a single stream. So in other words, I have to push on until at least I have access to floor 40 in order to be able to get this all done in the next stream. So, Let's keep this party rolling. Summer Kyo. And then... Low power sabers. I guessed as much, J6. I guessed as much. But I have the same number of servants as you. That's kind of wild. That I have the same number as you. That's really, really wild. Not gonna lie. But yeah, if I can get to the access to floor 40 in today's stream, then in tomorrow's stream, I can for sure finish Amazonas. It's just probably going to take me a few hours to do so, but you know, I'm nothing if not persistent. Reed, stubborn as a mule. And honestly speaking, maybe... Should I bring some stronger servants for this last stretch? I don't know. It kind of makes sense to do that, but... Oh wait, do you still have more servants you could be using? Jakester? Is that what you said or not? Have you not yet reached the bottom of your barrel yet? You have 153. I honestly don't know my full count. I could probably figure that out here soon. In fact, I'm going to do that here just to make sure that my count, my mental count or whatever is accurate. This could potentially be what I need. This should be 2 done. Okay, I didn't even need to use the quick. I could have potentially finished them all off, but oh well. Yep, I'm gonna do that after this one because I need to get an accurate count so that I can figure out exactly where I can stop today. Because my eyes are actually starting to dry out as well because I've got contacts in them. And this is my first time witnessing Summer Kyo's NP, apparently. I might have some experience cards, but those should be easily able to be counted out from the list. Ooh, I popped my neck real nice there. Real nice. Okay. So really quickly here, formation, Spirit Origin list, 341 minus. Okay, I got more things than I thought I had. You know, filter out. Foe experience. Nope. Reverse that. That doesn't help much, but actually it does. So it's what, 8 per row? Yes. 8 per row. So 8, 16, 24, 32, 40, 48, 56, 64, 72, 80, 88, 96, 104, 112, 120, 128, 136, 144, 152, 160, 168, 176, 184, 192, 195 servants. 195 divided by 3, so that equals 65. Am I right? Yes, 65. So... Oh gosh, I fried my brain a little bit there. I was about to make a point there, but I can't remember the point I was going to make now. Oh god, what was the point I was about to make? I can't remember my point. 65. I was going to go somewhere with 65, but I can't remember where I was going to go. Yes, okay. So if I can make it through floor 39, then 65 divided deliveries worth will pretty much guarantee that I can get this done next time, as well as have NP chargers very likely for some of these stronger fights later on. That's where I was going with 65. Okay. Oh man, my brain. And my eyes. Good gracious. Eyes and brain and throat. Also, next time I definitely need to bring more than one water bottle. Raids? First off, welcome Deontay, welcome to the stream, happy things, but what's this about raids? When are the raids starting? Out of curiosity. I very much would like to know when the raids are starting. There's, of course, there's more floors. Oh, I should have expected there to be 200 floors in this dang thing. Why did I not remember that there would be 200 floors to this? Okay. Okay, that actually woke me up a bit. If you fail the raids, you go on cooldown regardless. That is quite annoying. Okay, so I'm definitely gonna need multiple streams for this. Definitely gonna need multiple streams. Yes, I definitely forgot Setsubun had 200 floors. Where do the raids take place? You said there is 5 raids total. Is it every 20 floors that there is a raid, I'm guessing? We need Saber Power here. Sumanai. This and this. And is it just multiple fights against a singular foe, or is it just one fight against a singular foe? Because if it's one fight against a singular foe, I feel like I could okay, this is actually a very good time to bring Sumanai in. But if it is just one fight against a singular foe, multiple against one. So I'm definitely going to have to bring my A tiers for those. So I know at the very least I can do 65. And you can't one-shot them. So I know I can do 65 floors with my current count of servants. I thought you had an MP gauge increase for some reason, Sumanai. So 65 floors with my current roster of servants. If I split it, so tomorrow's stream will finish the first bunch of it with the remaining servants. Friday, we could potentially... I could go Thursday, I suppose. Thursday, do the first 50 floors. Take down a couple of these raids, theoretically. That might have to be what I do. I don't want to spoil what these raids are, though, is the thing. But I kind of need to know. Conundrums. But theoretically speaking, I could potentially get it done by the weekend. I would just have to stream every night for the remainder of the week, which is fine, you know, it's fine. It's just my voice that's going to be a little bit strained, but it's fine. It's totally fine. I can stand a little vocal strain. And that just means that next Monday and Wednesday is going to have to be some extra long Pokemon streams so I can get the Nuzlocke done before Legends Arceus comes out. I'm totally not stretching myself too thin with all this. Totally not doing that. Okay. Seek, go. Avenge me, Sieg! You're avenging my sanity, Sieg. That is what you're avenging. My sanity. Indeed, indeed. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna lose it by the end of all this. Bye, Penth. Get the artificial hero. Oh, excuse me. Oh gosh, I thought I had NP there. I almost messed up. Game Press doesn't have a guide for the raids for some reason. Is it possible that nobody's reached the raids to provide a guide yet? I mean, the event literally did just start today, so it wouldn't be terribly surprising. Maybe. I mean, sure, the JP version... You know, I guess the JP version is a thing. After all, it was a brief reference in the original, There was a brief reference in the original CCC event of a MASH solo of She Who Shall Not Be Named, and there was no video of it, but I took that concept and ran with it to create my own solo. Well done, Sieg. Well done. Proving that you are not cardboard. You burnt out. Understandable. Burnout is a very real thing. Very, very, very real. And we get 2 silver foes. Alright. Bazooka. Oi. I'm almost at the end of the rope here, so I'm just gonna bring in powerhouses. True, I could always look at the fandom guide. I need a drink soon. But I mean, I don't really want to look at a guide is the thing. Because I don't really want to... I don't like spoiling myself like that. Did it. But I have to admit, I am legitimately curious as to what these raids are. I am very much curious. Skaturn. We should be fine with this. They're bosses from other events. Bosses from other events. Gosh, that doesn't really... Unfortunately, that doesn't narrow it down too much, Jakester. Because there's been a lot of events. Alright, just a couple of freaking NP off from getting Oi's NP there. The bull thing from Summer 2 is the last raid. The bull thing from Summer 2. One of the case files boss. Right. Wait. Oh! Gugalant. However you pronounce that thing's name. Okay. Thank you for saying the Bull of Heaven, because I was struggling there. I'm fairly tired. It's 11 o'clock in the evening for me. But case files. Do we get to bully Barbados? I'm always up for bullying Barbados. Always up for bullying Barbados. Always. Aww. A single tear is running down my eye. You can't see it, even though there's a camera on me, but there is definitely a tear running down my face. First raid boss has 2.8 million health. I mean... Hey, data update! Nice. Been going so long, the data update hit. I mean, that's not terrible. You know? That's not terrible. I've dealt that much damage before. Heck, King Protea was a 2 million boss and I nearly one-shot her! I would say but that's meaning King Protea is a nice young lady. Yeah, I nearly one-shot King Protea with a very specific setup, mind you, but I'm sure I can, in my addled brain, I'll maybe be able to figure something out. Again, I'm just going all in at this point. Bring stronger servants to deal with the messes. The gimmick will stop. One of them is the raid boss from Oni. Oh! Oni... The Oni thing. So that one I remember I had to use the event CE to get some hard hits on, so that one could actually be a fair bit more difficult. The gimmick will stop that. Part of me wants to know what the gimmick is, but also part of me does not wish to know. At the same time, you know? Part of me wishes to know, but a greater part does not. But I mean, if these raids are literally just reused old bosses, then it's not really spoiling anything, is it? I mean, XA might honestly be the raid killer. I can buff XA up pretty nicely. I'm trying to think. So, in fact, it's actually been a discussion we had earlier in the stream that my solo content killers are XA and Melt for the most part. But who else do I have that's really good solo? King Hassan. It'd be incredibly hard to get it, but a death proc could be amazingly hilarious. And you know what? Mentioning the Bull of Heaven, I did get a death proc on Googleana in that original run of Summer 2. I recall I got a death proc on that. So it's possible. It is possible to get a death proc there. So if I could get a death proc, that would be hysterical. I need a rider, I think. Rider Molter! And just bring in the low rarities, I guess. Adelante Ultra will be your raid killer in the Epoch event. It's probably going to end up being Jack for me. Because she's my strongest Apocrypha servant. Unless it's just, like, general, in which case... I honestly didn't partake too much in the raids for the Apocrypha event. Because I stubbornly tried to do most of the event on stream, and I spread the streams out a bit too far. Everything you're going to try will just blow up in my faces. You know... That's the fun of trying, though. That is part of the fun in trying things that you haven't really attempted before. Sometimes it'll blow up in your face, other times it might not. But I'm just trying to think of any other servants I have that are viable raid killers. I know King Hassan is definitely a viable raid killer, as are Melt and XA. Just trying to think if there's anybody else off the very top of my skull cap that could be considered a destroyer of worlds. Sadly, Herc the Zerk is not leveled for me. So it would, if I don't have supports, it'd pretty much be my Waver Merlin, with a Buster Servant. And then Scotty with maybe Summer BB. Well, no, if it's... You're gonna need one of each card type to beat the raid bosses. Huh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Well, I look forward to doing them in 2 days' time, I suppose. If I can get everything done in the amount of time I wish to, which would be finishing the main tower tomorrow, and then starting the rest on Thursday. Yeah, that's the plan right now. That's the plan in my insane brain. Alright, 30th floor. 2 more floors to go, and then I'm going to be calling things. I'm going to just start breaking out the big guns at this point. XA. Oi. Why is Abby in her bad form? Hang on. How long has Abby been in evil mode? When did I even turn Abby into her evil mode? Is the better question. I honestly don't recall. Who's gonna go here? I don't remember who I was gonna put here, so I'm just gonna put you there. Okay, go. Alright, so next one we'll bring along Melt, Arash, Mash, and Melt, just so that we can put them in relaxation facilities, because they deserve it, and that'll probably be it, because my sanity is starting to go. Mainly because I'm tired, my eyes and throat are both dry. Eyes and throat are both dry. Yeah, I mean, I don't have as much leveled up servants as I would like to have. I do have 195 servants total. I checked quite literally not too long ago, so 195 total servants in my roster, which does equal out to exactly 65 floors able to be done, if I can, you know, do it, which theoretically should be possible. So I feel fairly confident that I will finish the main part tomorrow, and then just start going on to the rest of it the next day. I'm just the slightest bit worried about what my voice will be like by the end of it, but, you know, those kinds of things happen. Those kinds of things happen. Alright, yeah, XA, just finish this off. It really doesn't matter this, but do it for giggles. Okay. BAQ. Goodbye, Altonian. Or Artorian, technically, because, again, it's not Altria, it's Artoria. Nasu. Alright. And one final floor. And then I can lay my weary head to rest. Because I've been carrying on, my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. I'll lay my weary head to rest, and I won't cry no more. Shelter. Base shelter, where are you? My eyes are clearly not seeing things. There she is. Go like this, and then Melt, Arash, Melt, so that way they can all get some spa time. Okay. But Gil in the lead, because why not? Oh, death. Jeez. Not having an NP from Gil is gonna slow this down a little bit, isn't it? He just needs 10% more and he would have had NP. Well, he's got NP now. Okay. So with this, we are pretty much approaching the end of the longest stream I've done in a while, at 4 hours. Honestly, did not expect for this to go as long as it did, but that's what I get for stalling at the beginning of the stream, because I didn't think the stream would be a very long one. I deserve this. I really, really do. But yeah, tomorrow's stream will be continuing Amazonas, as we will on Wednesday and on Thursday and Friday. But yeah, I do think with the completion of the 39th floor, 60 floors remain, and I have exactly enough servants to get through 65 of them. So we will do those rest of them tomorrow. For now, I've been SoulRackDragon. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. If you have, leave me some feedback in whichever way you so see fit. If you want to check out more by me, be sure to check out my channel here on Twitch or YouTube. Same name, same games. It is all on the same stuff, and it'll be up on one of them eventually. I'm a little bit flustered right now, so I'm going to just call it here. Thank you so much for coming out. Hope you enjoyed. Have a fantastic evening, everybody, and good luck with this event.